All set, Mr. Chair.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to today's public hearing of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee for Thursday, February 2nd, 2023. Glad to have everybody here. There's a roaring crowd outside that I know just can't wait to hear everything we have to say into this room. So they're here for us.
I said that, they're gonna come testify. Right?
That's right. It's all about you. Yeah, so they're all with you, right? Yeah. Anyway, welcome to everybody. And why don't we just get right into it? Commissioner, please raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but truth?
I so swear.
Great, thank you. And feel free to make an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Senator. Good morning, Senator Duff, Representative Concepcion, Senator Looney, Representative Godfrey, Senator Kelly, Representative Yacarino, and Sir, our deepest sympathies. I'm James Rovella, and I'm honored to be nominated by the Governor Lamont to be reappointed Commissioner of Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection, the state's public service agency, an organization of dedicated men and women who work tireless to keep our state safe and secure. And I've already submitted a resume along with the opening statement. And as you probably all know, that there's 6 different divisions for deaths. They include the Connecticut State Police, Emergency Telecommunications, our fire training school, our forensic service laboratory, emergency management, homeland security, and our post, which trains police officers, both from municipal officers. With that, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't mind, I'd like to get started.
All right, well, we appreciate your efficiency, Commissioner. And thank you for all your work you've done over the last few years. We've talked a lot with a lot of the commissioners about COVID and kind of the work that's being done and was done. Talk to us a little bit about kind of that and the work that your agency did, because you and I have spoken about it, and everybody had to show up, did show up during those difficult times, and kind of where are we now and what do you envision for the future, I guess?
Certainly, Senator. So I headed the department that showed up for work every day through the 4 years. The Connecticut State Police, of course, were out there every single day. Telecommunications worked constantly because your PSAPs worked. Your push to talk features for all your municipalities and the state police worked. We still produce firefighters on the recruit level. I can talk more about that. Forensic services. They also worked and cut down backlogs as courts were dormant. Emergency management and homeland security were the lead agency for the pandemic. And now they're in the recovery section for the pandemic, meaning at present, they're at over $600 million of recovery for not only the state, but for municipalities. We expect that to come on to just about 750 million of recovery through FEMA. And then Post, and I can get into those folks a little later. But Post actually continued to train officers as long as the state police did too, in a variety of ways, whether it was virtual, commuter, or residence academy. So we continue to run using all the precautions, COVID precautions.
Great, thank you. And Commissioner, and we're going to want to thank everybody in your department who did not have the luxury of being home during those difficult times and working through the pandemic. There's also some backlogs, fingerprinting backlogs and some other backlogs that had been kind of dogging our state government. Talk a little bit about how you've managed to kind of work through those and eliminate some of the backlogs that had been in there in the past.
I'll talk about three specific areas. The first one is the special license and firearms unit. With the implementation of the new technology there, they've actually been able to sell guns faster, clear the guns from dealers faster. So that is moving along. We're soon to announce that your renewals can be online, and that will mail you your permit, similar to your driver's license. If I move over to records and management, they've implemented the new fingerprint system last year with the instructions that we weren't to slow down anybody's employment. And for the last 3-4 months, all I've been seeing is zeros across the board, no backlog there at all. When I say slow down people's employment, a lot of people come for us for fingerprints, and they're turning those fingerprints around in an hour to up to a day, meaning bus drivers, public health workers, security guards, those folks that require fingerprints, teachers, in order to be worked. There is no backlog there. The one backlog that keeps hampering us is actually reports coming out of reports and records. And that's a difficult area because they all have to be read by somebody. During COVID, they reduced that backlog down to nothing, but there's so much information in these reports, there is a slowdown for that.
All right, thank you very much. And I want to say thank you for your work in fingerprinting, eliminating the fingerprinting backlog. That was a huge problem, as you know, for bus drivers and for others, especially when schools were reopening again and school districts were frantically looking for bus drivers and other times. So that had been a problem for many years. And so I appreciate the work you've done with your agency to clear that up so that it's no longer a problem. I haven't received any phone calls lately, and not receiving phone calls is always a good thing, because by the time they get to us, as we all know, it's a problem. So I appreciate all your work on that. Last area I want to touch on with you, Commissioners, an area that's probably will be asked about by others as well, as our police accountability and recruitment for state troopers. We just passed a contract here for state troopers. We've had a lot of retirements over many years. We funded in our budgets trooper classes, and we still are needing to fill more positions on that. Can you talk a little bit about our state troopers and the trooper classes coming in and public safety in general?
Well, thank you very much, Senator, for and all the senators and representatives for approving that contract. It's well deserved for those troopers. Presently, we have 876 troopers, and we're in a rebuild kind of mode. We have been for several years. So we have 36 troopers or 36 trainees that are presently in the academy. And there's also been recruiting done, and the backgrounds are soon to be complete on the next training class before we advertise probably in June for a new class, using some of the basis for that contract, where we remove the 2 lower steps. So we're actively competitive against other police departments. With that said, there's also the municipal side. But let me finish with one. We're very close to rebuilding management also. And when I say rebuilding management, that cliff everyone faced in April and July hit us pretty hard, not only on the civilian level, but it hit us in the sworn level also. So we were able to hire 341 troopers over the time, and over 357 left us. So we're trying to keep up with just attrition. But when we talk about management, we're on the verge of recovering management, meaning we've promoted over 140 new sergeants in the last couple of years. There's 8 more to be promoted. Master sergeants just completed the test a month ago. 3 more are in the bin to be promoted. Lieutenants, we're at 30 right now. And once we see the ripple from the higher ranks, we're going to promote 6 more lieutenants. And captain's test, which is being completed today, if not yesterday, We expect on promoting at least captains to bring us up to 7 captains. And right after that will be majors. So we're in the recovery stage for building management back, who all retired around that time. Sir, if you don't mind, I'd like to just venture into the municipal side. Municipal side, overall, including posts and CSP Academy and all the satellites, over the last 4 years, we were able to hire 1,373 new officers for the state. That's remarkable. Presently, there's 9 academies running now, 2 at Post and other satellite academies. Those academies have 274 new officers in there. And one thing I mentioned to you the other day is, as I look back on post council calendar, I'm looking at almost about 100 new officers. We call them comparatives that have come in from out of state to do law enforcement in the state of Connecticut. That's remarkable in itself.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to underscore that statistic of officers coming in from other states. Do you know where they're coming in from? Because I think that is very important.
We scored a few from New York City, and the last group I saw came from Georgia. So I could dig farther if you really wanted to figure out where they all came from.
Yeah, no, that's no need to do that, but I think that is important information because as the debate kind of continues in this building and state capitol, when we talk about police accountability or police accountability bill of 2020, do you feel in your sense of based on recruitment or folks coming in that has been a harbinger or a hindrance, I should say, to being able to recruit new police officers?
So if I could expand on that just a bit here, it's somewhat of a politically charged nature, this one. But what did we first hear when accountability came along? That police officers would just leave us, right? They'd go find something else to do. Well, most of my troopers left because of the COLA change, if not all of them. And they went on to be other police officers, other places. I saw some show up in government jobs. So what's unusual for us to track are those officers that leave one department and go to another. And there's 2 phases of that. There's journeyman kind of police officers that decide the grass is greener at the next police department and I'll go there. And then there's the others that decide to retire and go work in constable positions or police departments. So that was the first hurdle we faced. As we look at recruiting, it is difficult. But it's difficult across the country, even for those that don't have accountability. And it's difficult not only in law enforcement, it's difficult in fire, it's difficult in teachers, public health folks. I saw pharmacists were difficult too. I think it's an ideology out there that folks just don't want to get into public service, but it's across the board. So I can't really nail it down to accountability. The one thing I can tell you with accountability, because I like data, is that cops are still uncertain about qualified immunity. And we discussed that it is actually the same as the federal statute, willful, wanton, and maliciously before they can come after folks. But I'm a chief from a city that they found an officer or 2 officers in violation, and the city actually continued to back them. So it's a long-term question. But I think that's the only question that's on their mind right now.
I thank you. And I think, again, as you spoke about the fact that, there are lots of states that are having a tough time recruiting, but we're getting recruits coming in from other states because of the fact that I think that we have lower crime, lower gun violence, and it's safe. And as we all know, anybody who has whatever their occupation is, they just want to do their job, go home to their families and be safe. And I think in Connecticut, there's a good chance of that. So I appreciate that. And I appreciate your your forthright answers on that. There's never a perfect scenario, and there's always, policy debates and differences in the building, and that's fine. But we want to look at the facts and try the best that we can to make sure that we're making the right decisions on that. So I'll reserve any questions for later and hand it over to my co-chair. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Chairman Duff. Good morning, Chief. Good to see you.
morning.
Again, congratulations on your renomination. I've had the pleasure of, or the honor of knowing you for quite some time now. And, I don't think anybody in the state is well situated to be in this position as you are. I know I certainly feel, and my family feel, a lot safer with you on the helm. So congratulations again.
Thank you.
I don't think enough people, and I certainly didn't appreciate and realize the amount of distinct entities that fall under your department, right? We always talk about obviously the state police, but also fire and homeland security. How do you manage all of these entities? I'm sure you have a great staff that surrounds you. So what are your deputies like? How do you interact with all different the distinct entities that fall under the jurisdiction of the department?
So you've hit on the key, right? My deputy commissioners, Brenda Bergeron, who is in charge of emergency management and homeland security. She's also the deputy homeland security to myself. Colonel Malikas is in charge of the Connecticut State Police. He's also a deputy commissioner and a deputy commissioner for homeland security, also to me. As we move down the line, Dr. Valliero in forensic science has been there for quite some time and is very innovative. And I hope we field a question about some of the innovations and what we're doing for our municipalities in regards to forensic science. So emergency telecommunications headed by Clayton Northgraves, that is a hugely exploding field. And we hope to keep up with the demand. So as the state, we have two separate cores of users, and we're offering that free of charge to local municipalities. Free to us means free, but to the municipality, it means that you have to purchase your radios, maybe a tower site, maybe a transponder or microwave someplace on it. But the backbone is ours. DOT is on it. We're a huge project for DOC now to modernize all of their communications. So that is just a very nice added value to communities. Fire, Jeff Morissette. Jeff and company up at the Fire Academy has not stopped producing recruit firefighters. And they also had the same COVID challenges and the restrictions that go with that. Post headed by Karen Bouvert. Karen really manages several different academies a year. She also manages the sites for the satellite academies. And look at what's happened to Post, right? Post was really a trainer for the recruits, and they certified police officers for that training. Now they've leaped big into the reorganization for decertification of police officers. And they're also in the area of the tier system. So their business has expanded greatly. They're busting at the seams down there with state police. So you're right. These directors and deputy commissioners do a great job out there, and they report back on various levels to me.
And you mentioned technology, which I think is a big thing, right? When you were chief here in the city, I know the command center, the Capital City Command Center was something that was a critical need here in the city, and all of a sudden Hartford became a kind of a hub of technology when it comes to cameras and things of that nature. So I guess my question is, what do you see the future of the department looking like when it comes to the use of technology?
So I think technology, with COVID, we were just blasted 5 and 10, 15 years into the future, right? So technology, if we look at emergency management, we don't always need to be sitting in an EOC. We can do that virtually with our partners, our DOT partners, our utility partners who have their own operation centers, our regional managers. So that is a point for technology. Post, we were training kids virtually for the first couple of weeks on the laws and the things they needed to get on board. As we move to the forensic science, that technology has just expanded. For instance, we've placed, and I didn't think I'd ever see this, but we have kiosks. We have 24-hour, 7-day-a-week kiosks in Meriden, where you can come down and enter your cartridge casings into our NIBIN system, and within a couple of days have a comparison or possibly a hit. You can also do rapid DNA at that kiosk, which means if I recover DNA from a crime scene, you can come down to that kiosk as long as you've been trained and enter that into the rapid DNA, and at the same time get a result within a day or 2 days of a comparison for you. It's a lead and to help solve these crimes. We're soon to put in more around the state. For instance, Waterbury has a rapid DNA for us already. We're going to put some in the Eastern District and other places too. So technology is really starting to explode there. Fire is in the same boat, virtual. We have to keep training these kids through every adversary we face. And those pop up constantly, right? They pop up again after COVID. We see COVID, we see the flu, we see SVR, we see challenges. CSP, they're on the verge of starting their command center. Not like Hartford, not built around cameras and technology. It's built around information in and information out. Meaning, how do we move information quickly, almost at the speed you're getting it at, and put it into the hands of those that can use it effectively, whether it's a troop commander or whether it's a chief of police or whether it's an EMS or fire person on the ground. So that's evolving also. So the last 4 years, there's been nothing about us that stood still.
And then my last question, I've asked this to many commissioners who've come in front of us this year and whose staff are in constantly high stress situations. So the question really centers around mental health and what we're doing to support your staff, your staff, into ensuring that we offer adequate programs and resources for the wellness of the troopers, the fire department, and the entire staff.
So a couple of years ago, we opened wellness for troopers, and there's been a couple of supervisors in and out, but it really centers on how do we keep our biggest investment for the entire agency, not only troopers, but for all our civilians. They're our biggest investment. How do we keep them well? Because even in President Obama's 6 pillars, and number 6 talks about the wellness of your employees. If you conquer the wellness of your employees, mentally, physically, financially, you have a much better employee and a much better employee to deal with the public. The state police have what's called STOPS program, which was, that moment in time when you have a violent situation, you see a violent death, you're involved in some sort of tragic, but we want to give that Band-Aid right away until we can get you to other positions. I'm an advocate of telework for those areas that are not forward facing. Everybody put up their hands and said, no telework, my managers. And I said, let's try it. What they produce. If the production falls, then we can have an intervention, but it's working. So, we're doing a lot of different things, but it is a lot of work for them.
Again, Chief, thank you so much for being here. Congratulations on your nomination. Look forward to supporting you and working with you over the next several years.
Thank you.
With that, I'll yield to Representative Yacarino, followed by Representative Nuccio.
Thank you, Chairman Concepcion. My first question was going to be about the wellness, and I think it's vitally important. And our chairman he asked that question quite often. I think it's important, and so I appreciate your answer, sir. And congratulations, by the way. Over the last 4 years, you've seen a lot. I know you come from law enforcement. You've been our commissioner for 4 years, and I believe I supported you, and I plan on supporting you again. Anything I'm sure you've learned. We all learned from our experiences over the last 4 years. And that you want to elaborate on, and then I, 5 or 6, 7 questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
I did forget one thing on wellness and that you just approved in the contract. So let me start there and just wrap that up for you. Is that there's a $500 stipend for these troopers. Whether they go to the movies or whether they go to a baseball game or whether they work out or want a gym membership, do something that isn't law enforcement. Do something with the public, do something with your family. So that's all encouraging. So thank you very much for that. So what did I learn? How much time do you have, sir?
As long as you need.
Um,
Or you don't, yeah.
no, I know. So I learned to be patient, try to examine everything from the different angles. When I was in Harvard, we moved at a much quicker pace, right? We saw something and had to act on it and make an adjustment right away. With the state, I think you have the ability to sit and decide what you want to do, get input from different areas, and it's important to partner with your sister agencies. It's hugely important. And how do they interact with you? How do you interact with the governor's office or the legal staff that goes with it, or the attorney general staff? So I've learned that lesson, which is a valuable lesson. On the Homeland Security front, I am the Homeland Security Advisor to the governor. I'm away on several occasions during the year with other Homeland Security officers. And there's a tremendous amount of challenges, not only presently, but going to be in the wind for us. Whether they hit us or not, it'll depend on our preparation. And that's where emergency management, Homeland Security goes.
Thank you.
Your
Our world
question?
has changed so much since 2001.
Yeah.
Cybersecurity, terrorism, and I remember when I first got elected, I would talk about cybersecurity, and it's really become a serious issue between, cyber attacks on businesses, government, water facilities, electric grids. It's something that I think it's still General Levon, our National Guard and our federal partners have to look at and constantly assess and reassess. You don't have to really get into that, but it's got to be something you're constantly, somebody's looking at that. You must have a division for that, I would think.
So you mentioned the general, probably one of our best partners out there. And I spent the entire time with COVID and next door with them. Cyber, they can go out to municipalities.
Yeah.
And give them hygiene for their computers. We also provide training through emergency management. But rather than threats, let's talk about challenges that are coming our way. You mentioned cyber, that's huge. We also look at, will there be a migrant wave when we're preparing for that? Will there be human trafficking to go with it? Back when you said we were all concerned about terrorism from the outside in, right? Now we're concerned about domestic violent extremists from the inside, and how do you detect those people and deter them from
Right.
screwing? And I can go on and on and on, sir.
I give our police, our state police, our firefighters, our military so much credit. I mean, there's just so much to do. And that brings me to, I think, and you would know better than me, but I am friends with quite a few firefighters and policemen, and I'm friends with quite a few guys in the service that I serve. Their morale is down in a lot of cases. And I think the media, it's more than media than politicians that are constantly, and it's tragic what happens in any event. Nothing is, you see one bad event, it paints a bad picture for everybody. And they feel like they're not appreciated, and the contract, we all support it. That's a good thing. But I think people, when it goes back to wellness, or they want to know they're appreciated and they're doing their job for a reason, a good reason. And I think all too often they're painted in a bad picture because of one or two people or four people. None of that's good. You know what I'm saying? It's all bad, but they work their butts off day in and day out. A buddy of mine just died as a firefighter in North Haven, and he fought, all the way through that fire, pushing, and he was having a heart attack, and he just kept pushing and pushing and pushing and bringing the hose up. And it's like with a police officer, the police were the first ones to get in there, but people don't talk about that. They talk about it, I feel bad for them in a way, because they do such a good job. I really do. And I think my personal opinion is, I think they're beaten down so often by people. It's hard for them to do their job where they feel confident they're not going to get something will go wrong. Am I wrong?
No, actually, you're not, sir. And just briefly, contracts and job security and those issues are important to police officers. They're important to their families. You know, an article I read a couple of weeks ago indicates that the number one morale builder is the public appreciating firefighters, police officers, troopers, public service people. Those public coming out and showing their appreciation. A thank you, a pat on the back, a handshake, a cup of coffee. That was the number one thing of appreciation.
No, I just have a couple more questions. You know, we all see the crazy drivers. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. I know I'm older, but I've never seen reckless drivers on the highway, on the side streets, I might have a small business on Route 5 or on the side streets on Route 5, off of Route 5. And many times people aren't pulled over, and I'm not sure why that's the case. But it's disturbing. You know, wrong way accidents, and maybe with more troopers, we have more troopers. Hopefully, I don't know what the next graduating class is going to be, but it's going to take about 4 or 5 years, I think, to get up to the numbers. But we need more troopers in our local police.
Totally agree. You need more troopers on the road. At the last glance I had at traffic stops have not come up to pre-pandemic levels yet. And I've seen infractions or misdemeanor summonses decrease, and verbal warnings and written warnings increase. Visibility is important. When you talk about wrong-way drivers, environmental, structural factors play into that. Why are they getting on the on-ramp,
Right.
the off-ramp, causing that harm? If you remember the one from Hartford that was on TV, probably the other last weekend, the weekend before, we talked about the one-way driver hitting a trooper. That's not what happened. The trooper intentionally hit that car to try to stop it. And that's what they're trained to do. So we're putting them in harm's way also. Right. Totally agree.
I know I served in public safety here from my first 6 years. And I think you came to testify. I was always against cameras on poles, but I'm almost wondering if, I know it's an invasion of privacy somewhat, but I don't know what is the answer? I mean, you know, people got to have, and if they do get ticketed, it's a small fine, maybe, you know, raising the fines. It's hard to change personal behavior, but it's pretty out of control. I don't have the answer. So what are your thoughts of cameras?
Well,
And I don't know if that's right or wrong, to be perfectly honest. Yeah.
that's why you pay me. That's why you pay
Right.
the DOT.
And you do a
commissioner.
good job.
And, you know, there's a lot of different fixes for that. First of all, and you can structurally change off ramps so you can't get on them. And there's technology to go there too. We are dabbling with the Department of Transportation over a camera project to protect their workers at their sites. That'll be a good indication in this pilot program if we can start launching it other places or expanding it. So we'll have to see that, and that's due by the end of the year. So that's the camera project.
Yeah, thank you.
That's that part of it. So that'll give us a glimpse on what we think we can do later on. You know, I've been to other states that have cameras that send you out tickets. You know, it's just one of those things.
How does that work out? Do they pay? I mean, they have to pay them?
Well, they do have to pay them, especially if they're connected to motor vehicle and we're a
Right.
reciprocal state. And that's an issue for us. So I'm not sure if it's just cameras, because
I know.
even Representative Concepcion talked about cameras. We had a lot of luck with solvability rates going up. I didn't have that much luck with deterring after we advertised it and we're on TV and talked about it. We didn't have that much luck deterring. So I think we have to continue that conversation.
I almost think maybe it's a little outside the box with a public service announcement, either from yourself, the governor, folks. It's just, I don't think I'm the only person here. I think it's just out of control how people are driving. And then one last question. I don't want to keep going on and on about that. the police accountability bill, I know it's here, but what I'm told from my friends or officers, if I robbed a bank, slid a note over, I didn't have a gun on me, no visible weapon, I get in my car and I take off. That officer cannot pull me over unless it's imminent, like a serious threat, imminent threat. And so they just let me go. And that's what I was told from many, many officers. Is that true?
Let me clarify that for you. The scenario you gave me is more of a larceny scenario rather than
Okay.
an armed robbery, correct?
No arm, no gun. No,
No gun,
no
no
weapon.
threat of violence
larceny.
or intimidation.
Just
So it could be a robbery.
It's a robbery.
So let's take both situations. If it was a larceny, of course they could pull him over. Chase will be subject to the post-council model policy, which indicates you can only chase under certain circumstances. If it's a robbery, which you're really describing to me from a bank,
It is a robbery, yeah.
that is an all-out, come on, go get you.
Okay. then
So that's allowed in the chase statute.
All right, thank you. If you had to change any of the police accountability bill, and there are things a lot of my buddy officers like, for trainings, other aspects. If there's one thing you could remove, would you be willing to answer that or no?
I don't know if I'd say remove,
Or fix?
clarify,
Yes,
in some fashion, which causes the uncertainty in police officers,
right.
is that qualified immunity. There has to be it's in there, but you have unions, you have attorneys, you have folks that are interpreting different ways. You have legislatures and you have management that interprets it a different way. And I'm often asked, how many lawsuits do I know of that involve qualified immunity? I don't know of any that I've seen. So that's a disturbing piece for police officers to wonder if their municipality or their state is going to back them.
I really appreciate that answer. It's uncertainty. And I know most departments now are doing community policing, which I think is a good thing. Get to know your fellow officer, go into the schools if you could. I know parts of the country, I watched a lot of these videos where they'll coach football or basketball. And I think it's good. I'm really done my questions. I really think you have a difficult job, and I think you and your fellow men and women have done a tremendous job. I really appreciate it. Actually, just thought of one question real quick about firefighters. There's legislation where women would have a watered down test to become a firefighter. And have you read anything about that?
So I've read that, and it comes down to actually carrying I think it's a 50-pound weight during the cycle. I don't think I'm qualified to offer an opinion on that.
right.
I'm a police officer by
Fair enough.
nature, but I think the fire service is best to tell us from their perspective what to do with that.
Thank you. Really appreciate your answers and everything you do, and I wish you the best. And anything we could do to help you and our fellow officers. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Chair.
Representative.
Thank you, Representative Nuccio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations, Commissioner, on your reappointment. I do have a few questions. Rep. Yacarino asked about the qualified immunity, and I think that was a good summarization for us. I have a few things on, one, you mentioned how well you were doing with fire recruitment, and I'm wondering if you can kind of elaborate on what you're doing, because I think in the municipalities, especially in volunteer organizations, there's really been a struggle. As you mentioned, there's the generation of people who want to be in public service or volunteer in their communities seems to be going away, and we're having a hard time getting people involved, especially at the local levels and in public service in general, as you mentioned. So I'm wondering if you can share a little bit about what you're doing on the fire side to be able to increase that recruitment that you have. So maybe we can learn some lessons from that at the municipal levels.
So it's your full-time, full service fire departments are not really having the gap in manpower that some of your smaller local or your volunteers are. We recognize this in conversations with career firefighters and volunteer firefighters. right? And it goes a little farther than that, actually. It goes to the point where, we have our fire schools, we have our training, and what's the cost of that training? So we're seeing the cost being somewhat prohibitive to train. When you talk about volunteers, we're also hearing anecdotally that volunteers are not allowed to leave work. It's up to their employer. Their municipalities are not readily agreeing in MOUs of coverage and responsibilities anymore. So I don't want to say too much about it, but I did float to OPM a proposal, a really strategic kind of study on the fire service. Because I think they need the prep that goes with it, which includes recruiting, retention, continued training. What are we going to do with their apparatuses? The contaminants that follow up with that. What are we going to do with these MOUs? Because we don't have a state fire department, right? We have a state police that can come in and handle law enforcement issues. We just don't have a state fire department. So these are some of the areas I would like to examine before it becomes a problem. So I've got buy-in from those firefighter groups. So I'm hoping we can do something with that later on.
I think that'd be good. I think any way that we could use the expertise that you guys have and partner with the municipalities to help, because as you mentioned, these are more small towns, right? The cities have paid full-time firefighters, and in these smaller towns, you'll have a couple paid firefighters, and then you rely on volunteers. And that gets kind of scary when you don't have many volunteers and you're just hoping and praying that nothing bad happens that you have to respond to. In my towns, all three of my towns, actually, we border 84, where we have to go and respond to accidents that are on the state highway. And that's difficult with a volunteer fire force, especially, as you said, during the day. We tend to have our career guys on during the day, but when a bad accident happens at nighttime, our chief is getting out of bed, we're trying to pull as many people as we can, and then they're responding to equally dangerous situations on the highway. So there's definitely some work that needs to be done, and I would hope to see, maybe we could see some partnership with you at the state level to kind of help these smaller rural communities find ways to get recruitment, or possibly, as you said, we have to look at the model and decide what we want to see in fire. So it's promising to hear that you've had positive recruitment in this time. That's definitely, I look forward to seeing the proposal that you have out there. In regard to the state police, I have a few questions with that. One of the things that I hear, or I talk to a lot of officers, I'm a big supporter of our police, whether they be the state police or local police. And there's been some legislation that was passed that I think is kind of making the job harder around, especially like report writing and optimizing time, like the amount of time that it takes to write an accident report with all the different things that have to be in there can be up to like 6 hours. And then, you're trying to do that, but you're on the road trying to kind of figure all these things out. And that, is there anything that we can do legislatively to kind of help you optimize the minimal force that you have right now in regards to maybe shifting some things to more admin type roles, or reviewing legislation that we've passed that might be more onerous on reporting and things like that, so we can have more optimization of the people who are on duty and on the roads?
So these accident reports that you're talking about are very lengthy, but they capture a tremendous amount of information that is used predominantly by DOT and by UConn when they study traffic accidents, traffic deaths, and reasons why. So they have to be completed in some fashion. They're not popular. They weren't popular. Different forms weren't popular with me when I was a street cop too. But I think this one captures data that's essential. I don't think there's different administrative. I'd have to go to the colonel and talk to him about administrative remedies. They know the processes of the state police.
So I guess what I'm trying to determine here is, how do we optimize the amount of time that we have people who are on for their shifts to get them, have them more on the road, and maybe not as much reporting. Sounds like maybe there's more information to learn there, but in regards to that, like the new red flag law and some of the other laws that we've seen that again require all of this paperwork, all of these warrants, all of this time and that, do you feel that these are beneficial to the officers at the time? I'm really trying to look for the balance of on the road and administratively, if there's anything that we can do to kind of help ease those burdens in any way.
So red flag laws, they save lives.
Yep.
And you really don't know whose life you're saving, right? It's not evidence-based, but they save lives, either domestically or suicide or folks that want to do harm to other people, right? Which could include all sorts of mental health issues or addiction services issues. I think the Chiefs of Police Association will come with a few tweaks to that to make it more operable. But I'll let them break those. I don't know them completely.
Okay, I look forward to seeing that. You actually just brought up the next question that I have, and that's response to, I've learned a lot about the Troop D crisis program, which I think has been extremely successful in the area that they're doing it. And I know that there's legislation out there to extend that and move it out to a couple more troops. Do you have any information on that you could talk about the success of the program and if you think what it would be beneficial to move that out to other troops around the state?
Well, first of all, I think it is beneficial to move it out to other troops in the state. It is that mental health kind of grab that you can decide whether it's a mental health issue or an addiction services issue and so on. So I think it's very worthwhile to expand. Other police departments, local police departments use folks that are very local. As you know, we're pretty expansive. You look at our Troop D, there's a lot of miles in the Troop D and a lot of area to cover, including you can talk about C, you can start moving down to K and E also. Those are big areas. They all could benefit. E has it, so they could all benefit from it.
I did not realize that E had that. So that's,
E.
yeah, that's good to know. That's definitely something that I'm interested in as an advocate for mental health and also for the police. I think this is a good balance that we have, having those resources there to help with those issues. So I'm looking to definitely expand that and we'll hope that you would be supportive of that. The only other, I have two other kind of questions to look at. And one Representative Yacarino brought up, and that's the pursuit policy. And my concern is a little around both that and the traffic accidents and such that we're seeing on the highway. You know, I'm driving down the highway as much as anybody else these days, probably more so than I want, back and forth here to Hartford. But, you know, I see people literally, just the other day, I was taking my husband to a doctor's appointment. There were two cars that were dragging, like I was moving and they were going over 100 plus, weaving in and out of cars all over the place. And I know with officers being called off of the pursuit of that, I understand the balance between trying to keep the public safety, but these people are continuing on and doing what they're doing because they're not getting stopped. There is nothing like we call off these officers. And so it's not changing the behavior. If anything, it's encouraging them to continue doing it because they're not getting stopped. There's nothing happening to them. So what is the fine line and the balance between our officers being able to engage and stop this behavior and maintaining the public safety? Because I think, as Representative Yacarino said, it's very well known that the cops aren't going to chase.
So as you know, local police and the state police are both post-certified.
Yep.
Model policy has been developed by the Post Council, which is made up of civilians. It's made up of law enforcement officers, academia level. It's made up of quite a diverse package of people. And you're talking about conditions in which we can chase and when we can't chase. So what we're talking about here is a motor vehicle violation that if they pull over, we can stop them. If they don't, it's up to the field supervisor to break it off, or the trooper or the police officer to decide chase could endanger the public also, including the car in front of you or the actual officer. So we don't chase for larceny crimes. We don't chase if your car is stolen. We just don't know what the other end will bring us. I've seen some terrible ones in my career. Some fatalities. It's just not a good thing.
So you're good with the policy as it stands right now? There's nothing that you would suggest tweaking in that as it stands with
Right
the
now-
model?
Right now, I'm good with that policy.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And then the last thing that I wanted to touch on was something that I think is, again, mutually beneficial and something that we could probably work on in correction for the police accountability bill, and that's the consent search of vehicles. I know I've talked to quite a few vehicles. There are a lot of things that when that happened, they found, whether it be drugs or guns or sex trafficking or any other multiple things. Do you have an opinion on the consent search portion of that in regards to vehicles and whether or not this is something that we should be reviewing and trying to do some cleanup in the bill?
I really don't. It's been a long time since I've been on the road. It's been a long time. So what I would suggest is that we actually consult with not only post counsel, but also some local law enforcement officers to see what they think about it. We just can't violate people's civil rights or their
Right.
constitutional rights. So there has to be a lot of parameters around that.
Well, I agree with you. We definitely don't want to do that, which I think is why, the consent piece of it, again, if it was cleaned up and worded in a way in which officers could still ask for consent to search a vehicle, I think that does help us with crime and reducing drugs and guns and such on the highway. So I'd be interested to talk to some of those people to see, in their opinion, how we could kind of clean that up. But that's all that I have for you today, sir. Thank you very much for your questions and answers.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? And let me check our Zoom room, see if there are any. I don't see any. So one last question before you go, Chief. There's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, to the state of Connecticut?
No, sir.
Thank you so much. Congratulations again on your nomination. And thanks for being with us
Thank
this
you.
morning.
Have a good day. Thank
You too, Chief. Thanks. All right, moving right along. The second item on today's agenda is another House resolution, which is the appointment of Dr. Kelly Marie Valliers of Old Saybrook to be the Chief Workforce Officer of the Office of Workforce Strategies. Good morning. Dr. Valliers, if you can do me a favor and raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Wonderful. The floor is yours.
Here today. Thank you. Seeing as I'm newer to this position, I come with a little bit of a unique background. I have a PhD in adult experiential learning, spent a lot of time focused on professional development of adults in the education and other areas. I also own 2 manufacturing companies and operated them for 14 years. And I really was able to blend my experience with education and my business and manufacturing experience to develop some really meaningful career pathway programs and workforce development programs in Eastern Connecticut. As a manufacturing owner, I didn't have a talent pipeline to draw from. So I reached out to my colleagues in manufacturing, and we established the Eastern Advanced Manufacturing Alliance. And together we built the manufacturing pipeline initiative that is a national best practice today in Eastern Connecticut, ensuring that Electric Boat and the supply chain have the talent that they need moving forward. So I've really spent the last 12 years working for the state of Connecticut in various capacities as an industry volunteer in this area, and was honored to be selected as vice chair of the Governor's Workforce Council when that came into establishment under Governor Lamont's administration. And I was very excited about the work that we were able to do there, really developing a comprehensive statewide strategic plan, and was excited to be able to join the state full-time in order to be able to take the experience that I had in Eastern Connecticut and bring that across the state. So we've really been able to, through a lot of collaboration and cooperation with other state agencies, our educational partners, and really engaging the business community at the highest level, been able to implement the many components of the strategic plan. And I'm looking forward to sharing with you more about what we've been able to do, and a lot of work that still needs to be done, but we're very excited where we're at now. And I'm looking forward to be able to continue to serve in this capacity.
Thank you very much, and congratulations on your appointment. Let's just start there. You talked about some of the goals that came out. Can you just expand a little bit on what those are and where we are right now?
Yes, absolutely. So, the vision and mission of the Office of Workforce Strategy and the goals is to make sure that every citizen has an opportunity to engage in a work career ladder that meets their aspirations, and that every business has access to a talent pool. And that sounds like a fairly easy thing to do, but it's not. Across the state of Connecticut, we have a lot of stakeholder groups that have been siloed for many years. We had a community college system with independent colleges. We have a workforce board system that as 5 regions. We have a lot of community-based organizations and state agencies all kind of taking pieces of this work. So being able to bring that together into a comprehensive strategic plan that's led by business. So the first thing that we did was establish 10 regional sector partnerships across the state of Connecticut. And these regional sector partnerships are led by businesses to identify what is needed for them in that region to be successful and to grow. And so over the course of time, we've got these 10, and we'll be growing more of them as they go. But we've got manufacturing covered across the state, bioscience in the New Haven region, healthcare in Eastern region, Hartford region, and the Southwest region, and IT in Hartford and Stamford. And what comes out of these is an opportunity to engage businesses at one table. I used to put 50,000 miles on my car a year driving from meeting to meeting across the state. This brings all the stakeholders to those business partners, and workforce is the central, most important issue for businesses to grow and have talent in Connecticut. So they're leading the conversation. On the other side of that is we're building out short-term training programs that meet the needs of accessing the underemployed and underskilled, particularly focused in those that have been in marginalized communities and have had limited access to opportunities to gain the skills that they need, both the life and employability skills, as well as the technical skills to engage in career ladders. And so we were really thankful for the investment of $70 million into Career Connect. And we've been operationalizing that investment over the last year. And we're really excited that those programs are launching in earnest this month. We've created a central portal, a virtual front door for all students and job seekers to be able to have access to the programs in one place. We've also been able to provide about 50% of that money went into the workforce board system, the 5 regional workforce boards. And we've also been able to provide funding for 14 community-based organizations that really do meaningful work in their local communities around reentry populations, women, immigrants, opportunity youth. These are those trusted organizations that people have the opportunity to go to And we've been able to support those that are traditionally under-resourced in order to be able to help bring in people into the workforce system. So there's a lot of work going on there. Another really central component of our work is the DEI&A, making sure that all the work that we do is to ensure that there's equity, access, and diversity and inclusion in our system. We have established a robust DEI&A committee. Under that committee, we have 5 subcommittees: reentry, opportunity, youth, veterans, BIPOC, and forgetting one. And what we're doing there is making sure that everything that we're working on is informed by the barriers that those populations experience on a regular basis, and how do we overcome those barriers as we're creating workforce programming. So that's a layer that kind of is umbrellas all of our work. And the other 4th key pillar of our work is data and accountability, right? So we need to make sure that we're collecting the data that we need to assess where the gaps are in the system, what programs work the best, and what opportunities do we have to fill in those gaps. So part of the Career Connect program is we've built out a comprehensive data management system, and we're partnering with the Department of Labor on this to be able to collect all of that data, put it into their database, and then be able to run comprehensive reports out and in up to for 3 years past the time that somebody gets into and completes a training program, so that we understand their wage growth, where they are in what industries are they still working in, the industry that they were trained in, and what are those opportunities. So there's a lot of work that we've been doing around those 4 pillars.
It certainly seems so. Just so I understand a little bit more about the actual department. You work with both the public and private sectors when it comes to workforce development?
Absolutely, yes. We've partnered very closely with many of our state agencies. As we know, the state of Connecticut has a lot of amazing career opportunities that we need to build pathways into. We've been working with DAS and other state agencies on helping to remove some of the educational barriers, the requirements for degrees where there may not necessarily a degree be needed, like in IT work. So we're building out pathways in that way so that we can ensure that people going through the short-term training programs have a pathway into employment in the state of Connecticut, as well as our private organizations.
That's great. And the commissioners that have come before us the last couple of weeks, and one of the questions we always ask is just staffing, right? I mean, that's just the way it is. And your office has been mentioned several times. So it's great to hear the collaboration between the departments, between yours, Department of Labor, and certainly every other department throughout the state. So I just wanted to make sure that you knew that your department has been named several times in a good way, right? And in a partner way with other departments here in the state.
That's great to hear. And I think we can't do our work without partnerships. We're a small team. We're not meant to take on all of these projects and implement everything within our agency.
Yep.
It's really to support the work of other agencies and collaborate with them. So for example, the CT Health Horizons $35 million investment that was made last year of ARPA funds, our office worked as a central point of collaborating that project. But when it came to the implementation of that, we handed that off to CSCU, and they're using their resources to implement that. But we're also continuing to support and advise on that project. So that's one example of how we work collaboratively.
That's great. On the private sector side, when you're talking to private employers about what they need to attract or retain a strong workforce, I'm guessing, housing is a component that they always bring up, I'm sure. But what other factors do they think is critical to sell the state to employees at the same time they're selling their own companies, right? And I'm asking this question kind of on the heels of the Lego announcement, right? Where we all know this was not a decision to save money, but it was a decision to move a company to more vibrant location. So I guess my question is, when you're talking to these private employers, what else are they looking for that we can help out with to help them attract and retain the young workforce that they're all dying to have?
Yeah, I think, that's a really good and important point is there are some things that we can do, like improving affordable housing is something that is a crisis across the state of Connecticut. And it's a complicated issue, having, independent towns and zonings. But that's something that we need to work on. Transportation is another. We don't have public transportation across the state of Connecticut, and the public transportation that we do have doesn't always connect people where they need to be. But we've been, working with the Department of Transportation. We were able to pass an expansion of the UPass bill and be able to ensure that employers and training providers can participate in that UPass program. Our office has some bond dollars, and we're actually going to be sending out an RFP to do a study on what are some things that we can do to set up alternative transportation and an alternative transportation fund. So specifically, we've got people that we can support for transportation during training programs, but the day they complete their training programs, that transportation support stops, and then they get their job and they start a new job the following week, hopefully, and now they have no way to get to that new job. So this fund would be set up to provide, say, low or no interest rate loans, maybe to grant money to fix a car if it breaks down, or to help someone get a driver's license. So we're excited about the work that we're going to be doing to understand what we can do to support additional transportation. And then the other big, barrier is childcare. And, we've worked very closely with the Office of Early Childhood and Commissioner Bai. And we've done, all we can to be very supportive of the work that she's doing and to help really bring the business community into that discussion, so that there is a potential of how could we collectively, between the employer, the state, and the individual family, help crack the childcare crisis. It's a double-edged sword, and I'm sure that Beth did a great job, sharing all of those things with you. But, ensuring that people are attracted to come to the state of Connecticut. I mean, we're one of the best states in the country to live in. We have a really high level of enjoyability in the state. And so one of the things that another initiative that we've been working on, and we've partnered with Advanced CT and kind of handed this off to them, is Campus CT. And this is it's a offtake of the model that Campus Philly established, where we're bringing college students together and getting them to understand and be connected to the communities in which they are going to school. So because of the pandemic, it's been all online. We've been connecting students with each other and to events in their community, and really importantly to internships and employment opportunities, so that they stay here. But we're really looking forward to some of those in-person events where we can bring communities together and share the wonderful things that Connecticut has to offer.
That's great. And just, wearing my other hat, I head up the Chamber of Commerce here in the capital city. And I just can't talk enough about the importance of your office, because, we obviously talk to employers as well. And the work you're doing is something that I think is critical for the future of this state. So certainly looking forward to working with you in both capacities. And I just want to congratulate you and the governor on your nomination, and look forward to supporting you today and in the future. So congratulations. I'll open it up to the rest of the committee, starting with Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You really asked pretty much every question I was going to ask, but you're very impressive between your academic and your work experience. How long have you, this is a fairly new role, isn't it, for you?
Yes,
For the
it is.
actual,
It is. It's
organization.
about 2.5 years that I've been filling this role. First came in, as executive director of this position when we were a unit under DECD, and I've been acting in this role since the codification of our office.
listening to you really does sound like you are public-private, because you're doing everything, and that's a good thing, as long as there's communication. But I'm sure you're working with like Southern and other universities for manufacturing and for science and STEM. And I'm the co-chair of the Bioscience Caucus. I'm a big believer, which because it helps manufacturing jobs, it helps a lot of jobs. Like Southern has materials and manufacturing. I go there every year. We speak and go through the system.
Yeah,
I'm sure you would, Christine Broadbridge and everybody, I'm sure you deal with them.
Yes,
Dr. Roderick,
absolutely.
sorry.
We have a lot of relationships with all of the higher ed institutions, whether they're the public and private in Yukon. We work very closely with the community college system, especially during their consolidation. We've been, I'm in contact with them multiple times a week. I have standing meetings with Alice Pritchard and the workforce chief officers from the community college in 4 years. It's really important that what we're doing is building pathways to higher education. So we're looking at how do we take someone from where they're at, someone who may even not have a high school diploma, and get them the skills they need into an entry-level job with a certification, whether it's a credit or non-credit certification, but then making sure that we're building, if it's say it's a non-credit certification, that they can take an assessment for credit. And then those credits are applied to a pathway either through an associate's degree or a 4-year institution. So making sure that we have on and off ramps across the system to meet people where they're at and to get them where they want to go, whether it's a non-credit certification or an advanced degree. And that's what we're building with our higher ed institutions.
And I think it's really important. And even in middle school and high school, some kids that are struggling, but if you could feel something, fix something, touch something, you might say, you know what, I really like this. And it stimulates you you have to read to learn about where you're touching, and you know what I mean? You have to read and it gives you stimulation. And I think sometimes that's lost. And it's hard to, can't be everywhere, but I think it's important for a child, a young person, man or woman. And I always bring up Germany, and I'm not from Germany, but they start in middle school there and they start apprenticeship programs. I'm sure you're probably aware of it, for manufacturing and science and nursing. But when you're done with high school, you already have a equivalency of a 2-year degree. And then you go on to whatever field you're going to do. Now that's a small country, but we as a state, and it sounds like you're doing all the right things, to be perfectly honest. I don't really, there's not much I could add, but I think those are the things we need to look at, real job opportunities. And
absolutely. We think about workforce development starts at kindergarten and goes through retirement. So,
yeah,
if we can engage our even kindergartners in maker spaces, if we can give them an awareness and an attachment of the things that they're learning and how they apply to the world around them. And then in a middle school, give students the opportunity to really explore the things that are exciting to them. What are they good at? What are they interested in? How does that connect to real jobs in the real world? Being able to provide them opportunities for job shadowing and summer work programs. And then when they get into high school, being able to ensure that they have access to career pathway programs that provide them, like you said, with an apprenticeship type model or a model where they're earning a credential that brings them into the workplace. We've got between 9,000 and 10,000 students a year that graduate without a post-secondary degree. And we need to make sure that those students have access to the career credentials they need to be successful.
Right.
So they're not just, getting a survival job when they get out of high
yeah.
school.
And then, Sikorsky, there's such a hub for us, so important. I think we lost some jobs and potentially a contract, which I think they're going to fight the contract. Well, I'm sure you must you must be doing some sort of communication with them.
Yes, absolutely. Sikorsky is a very vital employer and they're a great employer partner. They've actually signed letters of support for several of our grants and our sector partnership programs. And we're working with them on ensuring that they have the workforce that they need. And they've built out an amazing academy, aviation academy for high school students that is a real model to look at, spreading across the state and not just in aerospace, but
Yeah.
in other industry sectors as well.
We have the aviation school there and one in Hartford. And unfortunately, about 6 years ago, they were going to be closed, and it took both parties. We both went out there and visited, and those are vital. There's only 2 in the whole state of Connecticut. I didn't realize that until somebody approached me, but those are important. And I know there's going to be a lot of other questions, and I think Representative Quinn's probably going to have some, because I think this is his his field, I think, right, sir? So I'm gonna defer to everybody else, but
Thank you.
I really appreciate, you doing this. I think it's vitally important for us and just.
Thank you. It's really my pleasure and my passion,
You have a
really.
great skill set and, you hands-on and academically and getting things done. So in communication. So thank you, Mr. Chair. And
Thank you.
sorry about that, Mike. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Quinn.
No worries whatsoever, Representative Yacarino. And I apologize if you addressed this in your opening statement, and you probably did, but I'll ask it again anyway. Where do you see our greatest workforce needs being in the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. So technology changes so quickly, right? We don't really know what the jobs of the future are going to be, but we know they're going to be tech jobs in some way. We also know that as technology advances, that people are going to need some type of credential, not necessarily a college degree. There will still be a great need for college degrees, but we're really looking at ensuring that people have the lifelong learning skills that they need to be able to keep up with the changing needs of industry and to be able to continuously grow and adapt when they're in those positions. So technology is very key. We also are looking at advanced manufacturing. Manufacturing is changing. I know today we had a hearing, I think at the same time this one started, on Industry 4.0, making sure that Connecticut stays on the top edge of technology. And here in Connecticut, with having 3 of the major defense contracting companies here, that is a vital importance. CCAT, the Connecticut Center for Advanced Technologies, is a close partner of ours. They run workforce training programs and help inform what our programs are. And that resource here in Connecticut is vitally important. And then healthcare, again, is just, that's never going to change, where we have an aging population. And healthcare is becoming a tech kind of industry as well, when we think about all the things that we've been able to do during COVID, like moving into virtual health appointments and things like that. So we're making sure that we're not only addressing the needs of today, but that we're building out a systematic approach of a collaboration between our industry sectors, our education, our private and public agencies, that we're keeping up with the changing needs of industries.
Okay. And dovetailing off of where Representative Yacarino was going, are we doing enough to create the workforce that we're going to need? I mean, could we use more vocational programs in schools and things like that? I mean, obviously, that's a question for the Department of Ed as well, but, from where you sit, could we be doing more? And if so, what types of things do you think we could be doing that would give us the greatest opportunity for success in what we're developing as a workforce?
And absolutely, and the State Department of Ed is central to this conversation and the work here, and we do partner very closely with them. But if I had a magic wand, I would say that we need to ensure that every student, whether they're in a comprehensive school or a technical high school, has access to a meaningful career pathway program and has some options, so that when they come out of school, they have some credentials to enter into those career ladders. And they've also earned college credentials, or have the opportunity to earn college credentials to continue their higher education and be able to go into a higher ed, having a better idea of what they would like to do when they get there, right? Students today don't have the ability or I think the desire even to go to college for college's sake. I think they're starting to really think about, what am I going to get out of my college experience? And I want to make sure that I'm going in fully prepared and understanding what I want to get out of it. So I think really ensuring that our students have that opportunity for work-based learning experiences in the summer, after school, that they have access to training programs, whether they're high school. One thing we don't need a manufacturing lab in every single high school, But we can look at how we can access the current labs that we have and be more flexible in getting students to, say, a comprehensive high school student to a technical high school or a community college after school to access labs there, and then look at the things that we can do that are affordable within the school systems, such as the P-Tech program that is very successful in Norwalk. The students coming out of there, they're dual enrolled in community college and in high school. They have up to 6 years to complete, and they come out with an associate's degree and a work-based experience, and that they've had mentors. I think that's another important component of our educational system, is that we have access to career mentors for students as well.
Okay. And then my last question, I mean, clearly we have a worker shortage right now. And, you know, do you have any thoughts on how we can address that? I mean, you know, clearly the pandemic has had an effect on that. And for a lot of people who lost their jobs because of the pandemic, it certainly, with the increased unemployment benefits that were being offered, there was to some extent a disincentive on returning to work because you were doing better financially on unemployment. But that's all gone, and it doesn't seem that the job vacancies have gone down to offset the number of people who theoretically should be back in the workforce because the enhanced benefits are gone. I mean, do you have any thoughts on that?
Absolutely. And I'll leave the numbers up to Dante when she's up in a few minutes, but
Oh, I'll get to her.
I'm sure you will. I think we really need to access and tap into an under-resourced talent pool. We have a lot of people who have come from systemic and historical poverty, who've been underserved and marginalized in our workforce and our educational system. And we need to tap into those people. There's a huge amount of talent there. Some statistics I received through Opportunity Works just last week is that almost half of our workforce is underskilled and underemployed. So we need to make sure that we're tapping in and providing the support systems that they need to get the technical life and financial skills to be successful in job training programs and also in the workplace. So these are people from the reentry community, from Opportunity Youth who have been disengaged from their education providers, but are very bright, talented people that just need access to an opportunity and then support to overcome those barriers. And in this community, I think one of the things that is a strategic initiative in the Governor's Workforce Council is addressing the benefits cliff. So at some points we disincentivize people when they get to the edge of earning that additional dollar and losing all of their benefits becomes an issue so that they're not able to really fully progress through the pathways because they might just fall back out of employment or stay underemployed to maintain the benefit level that they have. So it's opportunity and access, making sure that they have that they feel that there's an inclusivity within the organizations that they're working with. And we're working broadly with our companies on skills-based hiring and inclusivity. And then, you know, addressing the barriers, the systematic barriers that keep them from being gainfully employed.
Okay. And just one more really last question. Are there any resources or legislation that we could be doing to help you in your job in workforce development?
Absolutely. I mean, we were very excited when we passed one of the largest workforce bills, the governor's bill, not last session, the session before. We continue to work in partnership with our legislators on things that would be meaningful, that would be helpful to move the workforce system ahead, and also with our state agencies, the governor's office and OPM. So it's something that we're very focused on.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your answers and congratulations on your nomination. I look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from committee members? Senator Hartley.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, and my apologies because we're we're hybrid and remote, but boy, we've got committee after committee layered on each other. Very pleased to see you here, Dr. Valliers before us. And for your tenure, it's kind of gone quickly, hasn't it?
Certainly has.
Yeah, it's almost like a blur since this office was stood up. I think an Office of Workforce Strategy is pivotal, and that continues to play out as we see the workforce challenges that we have. And I don't want to be repetitive with regard to any questions that my colleagues might have already put forward, but I have a point of information that maybe you could help me with. I was looking at some numbers about employees that we have trained and placed. And it showed something like in the 90s, 94% trained. But my question is, of those numbers, how many actually just came in? And this is through the, the workforce boards, came in and were placed immediately without going into training. There's that population, but I didn't see it broken out. So I thought this number might be somewhat inflated.
Yeah, I think that number is a little on the higher side. I think we see those kind of numbers coming out of the manufacturing pipeline initiative. They are very connected to the employers in that region and that program specifically. And that's why that manufacturing pipeline initiative becomes a model. We're working with a population of people, as I mentioned earlier, who may have a lot of barriers to employment. And so ensuring that we're removing those barriers is really important to making sure they get into job training programs. We have worked with Career Connect and the implementation of that, which is just rolling out now, to ensure that we're meeting all of the barriers and helping people overcome, such as providing childcare, transportation, housing, food security, insecurities, access to technology, so that they can be successful into those job training programs. But we've also engaged employers at a really high level. So every program that we're running through Career Connect has a job waiting for it at the other end. And so our goal is to ensure that we're preparing people in the best way we can for those jobs waiting for them at the end. And we're encouraging employers to participate in actually coming into those training classes and interviewing people while they're still going through training, so that they're identifying those that they would like to employ as soon as those training programs are over. So we are working very mindfully on making sure that training programs are connected to employment.
Yes, I hear you on that, and couldn't agree more about, that connection and nexus. And I'm not sure if you covered this already, but so when we launched OWS, there was this initiative of working with the workforce boards, which is key. And of course, workforce boards is a federal funded entity. I'm just wondering, one, how that transition connection is going. There was much angst about the independence of those versus, the individual regions and their specialties. And then also the funding. The feds have pared back on that funding, and I'm just curious of how we are doing through our workforce boards. They are, quite frankly, in my view, the boots on the ground. They always have been. They have, in my experience, always worked together to leverage opportunities, but then also distinguish themselves as recognizing their peculiarities in each of their geographic areas. And so that was this fine balance.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a very, very good working relationship with the 5 workforce boards. We meet with them and their senior staff on a weekly basis. They are in constant consult with the work that we're doing. So when we rolled out the Career Connect program, We worked very collaboratively with them to design what that program would look like. We are very mindful of the fact that bringing in additional funding and making sure that we're not underutilizing the WIOA funds, because if we underutilize them, then in subsequent years, we get less. So we're working together with them to co-enroll people into WIOA for those people that are eligible, whether they're going through the programming at the workforce boards or one of the community-based organizations that received funding. We're working with them to develop additional relationships with employers, connecting them to the regional sector partnerships. In most cases, they're a co-convener of the regional sector partnerships. In the few cases that they're not, it was by their choosing. And so there is a very collaborative approach here. And then we also looked at how do we, each of the boards has, a specialty, something that they do really well and uniquely across the boards. And so through Career Connect, we've been working with them to share that specialty across the other regions, such as the manufacturing pipeline initiative and how that is connected to electric boat and employers, and being able to have a central virtual portal to be able to come into and sign up for those programs. So we established a virtual portal for all training programs across the state of Connecticut. Now, if you live in Hartford and you want to work at Electric Boat, say as a pipe fitter or welder, you can actually take a class in Eastern Connecticut in the manufacturing pipeline initiative to do that. We're also expanding some of that curriculum out to other regions. In the Bridgeport region, Joe Carbone had an amazing healthcare academy model where he would bring people who were interested in the healthcare industry into a boot camp so that they understood, what their interests were and how that lined up to the multiple different career ladders within healthcare, making sure that if you are wanting to work with patients, that you could go into those patient-facing roles and career ladders, and if you didn't, you could go into, say, a process sterilization or others. So being able to cross-pollinate those types of programs across the boards, but then also really understanding that they are the experts and the boots on the ground, as you say, in that region. It's really been a collaborative approach to the work that we do on a regular basis, and also with the Department of Labor. So the Department of Labor oversees the compliance and the reporting of the WIOA system and the workforce board. So we collaborate closely with Commissioner Bartolomeo's team on the implementations of WIOA programs as well.
So you would say that they have retained their independence, but are working under an umbrella with both agencies, DOL and OWS, collaboratively.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because that's we'll be looking for, as we kind of continue these conversations. And I'll just mention, because we'll be having an opportunity once we get into approps and subcommittees and so forth, about the numbers and the reporting of the numbers, that they are clean numbers in terms of things like, trained and employed, that we're not looking at numbers that are over-representative of something. We want real numbers. Otherwise, we're kidding ourselves. And I'll just lastly mention that the department had been tasked with doing some work through the Commerce Committee. We continue to wait on those reports. I'm recalling that it was an October date. So, and because of our legislative calendar, the time is ticking, and I'm hoping when I get back into my office, it's in my inbox.
It will be in your inbox very soon. I apologize for that. We are a very small office, and working on getting those reports together for you. And I just wanted to make another comment about data. Data is really important and is a central component of the focus of the work that we're doing. Part of Career Connect is a data collection and reporting system. We work closely with the Eastern Workforce Investment Board and DOL on this project. And one of the challenges that we have is the workforce boards and the community college system and other program providers report their data differently and keep it in different places in different databases, some internal. The data that's required for WIOA gets put into the WIOA system, but not all of the boards use that system for all of their programs. So we're working closely on building out generic models, programs within the CT Hires system that are user-friendly for all of the workforce boards so that they will want to put all of their data in the same place, and that we can pull data in real time and have that data aggregated, and be able to aggregate it and look at it independently. So that is an ongoing project that we're working closely with the workforce boards and DOL on.
Oh, thank you. Kelly. And since you brought up data, then let me just kind of ask you, are you aware of this requirement, which is, I guess, in the offing with regard to the collection of data on the wage reporting format in terms of data?
Is that
Collection?
the enhanced wage records that you're speaking of?
Yeah.
So we did work to pass an enhanced wage record legislation 2 years ago. We worked closely with the Department of Labor on what that would look like and CBIA and getting some feedback from our businesses. The goal of that is that right now we can't tell you how many people are in any occupation in the state of Connecticut. We can't tell you if someone went through a job training program and a year later, are they still employed in that industry sector? Because what gets collected, and correct me if I'm wrong, and Dante can speak more about this, is we're collecting like how much are they making, and are they and where are they employed? This enhanced wage records would give us more information, such as are they working part-time, full-time? What industry sector are they working on? What is their demographics, so that we will be able to then, when we do a wage match, we'll be able to understand who is working where and how effective have our programs been, not only in placing people initially, but are they still in those career ladders 2-3 years later down the line?
So I don't know if we're talking about the same reporting. This is the wage information reporting, which I'm thinking it's on a quarterly basis, but previously we were reporting 3 data points. We are now anticipating reporting 15. Things like veteran status.
Yes, that is the enhanced wage records.
And so I'm sure when this was contemplated, you probably took a look at the ability of employers to provide this and how it compares us to other states, when in fact, typically states are asking for 3 data points. There are a few, a handful of states, I might ask, that probably ask for an additional 3 more, but this would be 15 data points that we are now asking employers to provide. Just tell me your thoughts about that in terms of what that does in terms of business climate, because on the other hand, I know I'm talking with Advanced CT and a number of entities to try to do some untangling, for example, of regulation and licensure. And this to me seems to be the polar opposite.
Well, I think the goal of that legislation is to ensure that we understand what's happening when people go into the workplace, who they are, where they are, so that we can really understand what the outcomes of our educational and job training programs are. and understand where our shortages of labor are and how many people we have working in what capacity across the state. We don't have that data to be able to report on that now. Now, is there an opportunity to go back and look at that and say, do we really need all 15 pieces of data? There's absolutely an opportunity to go back and look at that. But we also worked closely on the timing of that. So I believe that it doesn't go into effect until 2025. Making sure that the enhancements that the Department of Labor is making in their technology and data collection and reporting, that this marries up to that, and they have the capabilities of collecting that data, and then working with businesses on how to most effectively and efficiently be able to provide that data. It's basically a one-time load in, and when an employee comes to work for you, filling out like that questionnaire. And then just going back to the reporting of the wage records and that they collect on a quarterly basis. So I don't believe that people would need to update all of that information for each employee every quarter. It's as long as they continue to work for them, it's mostly the wages that they would have to update on a quarterly basis, and whether they're working part-time or full-time status changes.
And so I guess you've considered the fact that we would be the only state in the nation to be asking for such a data dump on an individual employees.
We wouldn't be looking at that as an individual at an individual level. We would be looking at an aggregate level, and really looking at, having, to your point earlier, is making sure that we understand the outcomes of the work that's happening in the workforce system and where those shortages and shortfalls are that we need to build a bridge to get a better outcome, or meet the needs of the state as a whole with regards to the number of people that are working. And as I mentioned, we can definitely that was done in the first year that the Office of Workforce Strategy, we weren't even codified as an independent office at that point in time. So we definitely have learned a lot since then, and we have an opportunity to go back and maybe redefine and pare down some of the data points that are in that piece of legislation.
Yeah, that's encouraging, because I was just like overwhelmed when I took a look at this. You said that you worked with business, CBIA for one, on this. They signed off on this?
They did not work actively on this with us, but they did not have any major objections to what we were doing and why we were doing it. I understand that they have come back this year and are taking a look at it again. And we are happy to partner with them and anyone else to ensure that what we're trying to collect, we understand what the purpose of that is and what the benefit of that is, and that we make it as efficient as possible.
Yeah, so I appreciate those comments. Yeah, so this is definitely TBC. Thanks a lot, Kelly, and congratulations to you.
Thank you very much,
you.
Senator Hartley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Looney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
Good morning.
Congratulations on your nomination. You mentioned Joe Carbone and the workplace in Bridgeport. They do a terrific job there, and the Platform to Employment program is really a national model, and it's actually been profiled on a national program at one point. And I've spoken to a number of their graduating classes, and what they do that too many other job training programs have not done successfully over the years is actually not train people in a vacuum, but actually train them for actual positions that they will go to work in immediately after finishing the training, and they have a very high level of placement. So I just wondering if you monitor that, and other the various partners that you have in job training programs, how closely do you monitor their success rates in placing people?
That's a great question. It's difficult to look at that aggregated across the system. We have to depend on each of the workforce boards to provide that data to us, because they collect that and keep that data in different ways. So if it's a WIOA required, it goes into CT hires, and that's something that we have access to. But currently, each of the boards on programs that are not WIOA related collect and maintain that data independently. And so one of the things that we're working on with them and in partnership with the Department of Labor is how can we build a friendly, easy to use system that the workforce boards would like to use to put all of their data into so that we can collect that data in real time across the board. We've done this with Career Connect. And so that will be a model with the workforce board programs through Career Connect, and the community-based organizations are actually going to go into that model as well. So this will be the first time that we're collecting data in the same fashion across the workforce boards and community-based organizations that receive this funding so that we can look at it comprehensively. And I'd say that secondly, because WIOA does this already, but that will be very helpful for us to build out a system in the future to get that information in real time.
Thank you. You mentioned in your a written statement provided to the committee, you said wanted to share your past experience that have compelled you to join state service. You said 12 years ago, when I was president and CEO of Sound Manufacturing, I joined the newly established Eastern Advanced Manufacturing Alliance as an industry partner. Was Sound Manufacturing a union employer?
No, we are not a union employer.
Also, I noticed when you talk about your various partnerships, working with the EAMA and others, you said you work collaboratively with education and business partners to establish 2 high school to community college pathway programs, designed and implemented the first ever precision sheet metal credit program in partnership with Connecticut State Colleges and Universities. I didn't see anywhere in your statement that you mentioned partnering with unions, and the sheet metal workers, of course, have their own vigorous apprenticeship program, as do many of the other building trades. What's your connection with them, if any, or what do you plan to do with them, if
Sure.
anything?
Absolutely. So we've had many conversations and with the building trades, and through Career Connect, we actually funded approximately $6 million to go to the building trades. And what they've done with that funding is they've actually developed a building trades training institute, an independent 501c3 that is funded with seed money from the Career Connect ARPA dollars. And we're working closely with them on their pre-apprenticeship programs and ensuring that they have, access to the people coming through the Career Connect virtual portal as an additional recruitment tool for recruiting into their programs. We're also collaborating with the State Department or Department of Transportation and DEEP on the infrastructure grants that are coming through to Connecticut to ensure that there's a robust workforce development component to that, and ensuring that those are closely aligned and in partnership and collaboration with our union trades across the board.
Well, that's reassuring to hear, because you don't mention partnerships with unions anywhere in your statement, although you mentioned a whole range of other partnerships. So I'm glad to hear that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I will clarify that in additional documents I write.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you. I don't have any questions at the moment, but I would say that I align myself with the comments and questions of my 2 Senate colleagues to my left, who had questions and concerns as well. So I appreciate you being here today. Any other, let me just make sure we don't have any questions from any online folks. I don't see any. Okay, and so I guess we get to the question. Anything in your past that you believe might prove to be embarrassing to this committee, the governor of the state of Connecticut?
No, there's not.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have Dante next. Yep. Okay, next is Dante Bartolomeo from Meriden to be reappointed as Commissioner of Department of Labor. Hello, ma'am.
Hello, sir.
All right, please raise your right hand when you're ready. Do you promise swear or affirm to tell us the truth, whole truth, nothing but truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, give us an opening statement or bullet points and we'll ask some questions.
Thank you. So good morning, Senator Duff and Representative Concepcion, Senator Looney, and Representative Jaccarino, and esteemed members of the Executive Nominations Committee. I'm Dante Bartolomeo, and I'm honored to appear before you as Governor Lamont's nominee yet again for Commissioner, Department of Labor. As you know, the pandemic severely impacted Connecticut, and the state lost nearly 290,000 jobs, and Connecticut Department of Labor had 627,000 unique unemployment filers, which ultimately resulted in 1.5 million applications for benefits. Prior to the pandemic, we had one regular unemployment insurance program, but during the pandemic, we were required to build and stand up 7 additional programs, some of them just in a matter of weeks. In total, the agency dispersed $10.5 billion in unemployment funds, money that was really key economic driver for individuals and families and for businesses. We've made progress, but we do have a lot left to do. We have focused staff hiring in the units that experience the highest customer demand. So our consumer contact center is staffed by about 138 people, and it continues to see very, very high volume. Over just 2.5 years, we've already handled 2.7 million calls and cases. And each day we have about 5,500 to 6,000 calls in our queues. And that's about double what we are really can handle in any given day. The new unemployment workers advocate unit established just last year is already managing more than 800 cases. And the appeals division has a 17,000 case hearing backlog as well. We will continue to prioritize those frontline units in our hiring decisions. As all of you are aware, with about 100,000 open jobs, employers need employees. Our workforce development mission has never been more important. With 6,400 registered apprentices and 1,700 employers in 50 occupations, Connecticut Department of Labor's Registered Apprenticeship Program is training workers for high demand fields, including manufacturing, healthcare, and defense. And our pre-apprenticeship programs give high school students credit hours towards these registered apprenticeship programs. For employers, trust fund changes, ARPA allocations, and state tax reduction are helping them to deal with financial impacts of the pandemic. And we will continue to advocate for these as we recover. Finally, I want to recognize my sister agencies, social and legal service organizations, and private employers that we work with, because all of them help to get people back to work. Before I take your questions, I would just like to genuinely thank the deputy commissioners that work with me, Daryl Dudinsky and Mark Pizzella. They are truly experts in their fields, and the staff that work with us are absolutely amazing. So thank you for consideration of my appointment, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good to see you here today in front of us. We appreciate it. And I would say that your agency did work hard during the pandemic under very difficult circumstances. And I'll ask this question, but if you can answer in a second when I'm done with my comments, but you went, and you may have said in your opening remarks, but I know you went from, say, 20,000 a week to hundreds of thousands a week, if not more than that. I'm probably way off on the numbers, but it was a huge change. And at the time when you were still on the old Cobalt system and not quite upgraded yet. So, and I think you have been upgraded since then, the system has. Tell us a little bit about how the new system is working and some of the challenges you're facing, or how do you see the department running in the future, especially with unemployment compensation, some of the other work that you're doing?
Thank you, Senator. So yes, we right now, to give you an idea, we're at pretty low filing historically. We're about 25,000 weekly filers. At one point during the pandemic, it was in May of 2020, we did hit 429,000. So yes, that was with 5 systems. The Cobalt really, I think, jolts people into understanding how archaic it was. But yes, it was about 5 systems together. In July 5th of this year, we launched Reemploy CT, which is one integrated system. It is still coming along. I think we are doing well. The system is doing well, understanding that anyone who implements a massive project such as that knows that it takes some time to kind of get things to work smoothly. I would say that we certainly have our challenges. I am holding accountable the vendor who works with us to design this system. We are Connecticut is part of a consortium for this program. If we go back to 1988, we can look and see actually named initiatives where Connecticut has tried to upgrade the unemployment system. There's three parts to the unemployment system. There's appeals, benefits, and tax. At times, it's been an individual system that they try to enhance. Things have happened during the time. There has been, there was 9/11, there was Y2K where every computer was supposed to blow up. There was all kinds of things that happened that stopped these initiatives. And ultimately, there wasn't the support and the funding to be able to do something independently and separately. So what that means is that in around 2013, I think there was estimates that for Connecticut to build its own unemployment system separately and new, separate from any other, it was going to be somewhere over $70 million to $100 million just for the technology, not to mention hiring costs and staff costs. So we went into a consortium. That definitely saved us money, and that's wonderful, but it also limited our ability to independently change, amend, and adjust our technology. We're part of a core system, and then there's state-specific enhancements that are made. So we don't necessarily have the flexibility to make all the changes we would like. And also, if you can think about the fact that it was 2016 when we signed the contract, we are the third state to actually implement this Reemploy USA, it's called core system. That was before the pandemic. And there are so many lessons learned since the pandemic. So we began with technology that we already knew what enhancements we wanted to make based on what we saw during the pandemic, especially around fraud. We are making and continuing to make enhancements now. Plus, we went from the 1 program to 7 programs. So there is a lot more that needs to be added to the technology that wasn't part of the original design pre-2016. So it's an ongoing effort of enhancing the system. And we are also faced with some additional legislation that's come up since then, and we're also working on enhancing that. So I would say that we work on extremely tight timelines for every enhancement we need, every project we're doing, as well as monitoring things that come up as we use a brand new system. It's also to be remembered that while some of our residents and our claimants, do have experiences as the first time entering and applying for benefits in the system, our staff too are learning a new system as we go. So it's a little bit like, flying the plane as we build it.
Thank you. And you talked about is it the appeals that you have the greatest backlog on? And can you just expand on that a little bit more?
Yes, sir. And this is certainly not something that I am, I enjoy having to necessarily talk about, but it's the reality. When we had 10 years of applications come in that first 10 months of the pandemic, we now sit in a place where many of my sister agencies and colleagues have the pandemic kind of behind them, right? We're coming out of it. We even know that the president's looking at, ending the emergency. But the Department of Labor is still very much in it. The life of a claim can be anywhere from, 6 to 8 years as far as statutorily. It can exist that long. And so all of that, that pandemic volume that was in the beginning in the applications and in the processing and in the payment has come through our agency and is still with us in areas like adjudications, appeals, overpayments, tax. So as we sit here today, we have backlogs that we're working through. We have fraud that we are constantly pushing out, identifying, and keeping away from using employers' money to pay. And we have adjudications backlogs that are around 11,000 cases. That's about a 4 to 6 week wait in adjudications. We have appeals backlogs that are about 17,000 to get through the higher appeal systems. And we do have overpayment backlogs that we are still needing to establish. We have temporary staff who are in the call center, and we are moving them around constantly as our volume and our peak periods ebb and flow to try to address all of these areas.
Thank you. And how much I get, you know, it is a fine line, I would imagine, between, I mean, during the pandemic, we wanted to help as many people as possible, but there was a lot of fraud. Well, I shouldn't say there was a lot of fraud because I don't know that to be the case, but I'm assuming there was some fraud, which you all had to work through in various ways. Did that end up being a large number? You know, based on people just trying to come into the system and game it?
Absolutely, the attempts to fraud the system were extremely large. Just to set up the context of this, pre-pandemic and more specifically around the Great Recession, we had what we kind of talk about in our agency as traditional fraud, and that was someone who was working but filing benefits at the same time and knowingly deceiving the system. We now have this new kind of imposter fraud is what we're calling it. And that is the buying and selling by criminals of people's personally identifying information in the, you know, dark web, black market. I'm learning all this stuff. And they are using that information to apply for unemployment benefits fraudulently. There are cases that range from individuals, groups of, you know, 10, 12 people that are organized, and then you've got national rings in other countries. It comes in by individuals, it comes in through bots, it comes in all different ways. I am extremely proud of our staff who have really been nationally recognized by other State Department of Labor's and by the National Association of Workforce Agencies to speak to other states about how we have been handling, addressing, and weeding out fraud. We know that between March 2020 until June, excuse me, June 25th of 2022, when we shut down our traditional system, our legacy system, we had paid out $10.4 billion in benefits. At the same time, we also had stopped and held the value of $3.3 billion in these imposter claim attempts. I want to emphasize that is employer taxpayer funds that we stopped from either going out the door or adding to the loan. We since July 5th, when we launched Reemploy CT, and we've made some adjustments in kind of how we're doing things in that new system. But we've actually pulled out, set aside, and stopped 55,000 claims in just that period since July 5th, which is a value of about $570 million. So I never say never, and I certainly may find, you know, here, there, and others that we didn't capture initially, but those numbers lead me to believe that our success rate is extremely high, and our team is focused and partnered, I will say, not only with what we have for manual systems, for automated systems, but we partner with USDOL, we partner with the Office of the Inspector General, with the Chief State's Attorney. We set up a special task force here between my agency and their agency, and they have 3 inspectors and a prosecutor working with us. So we are actively fighting fraud.
Okay, thank you. And I have 2 more questions, one on this and one on something else, and I'll pass along to our ranking member. From a standpoint of the public, because you're one of the front-facing departments of the state, and again, I on your last point, I think the staff should be commended for saving billions of employer taxpayer dollars. So thank you to you and to your staff for doing that. And I don't think folks get enough credit when you get amount of criticism for you know, putting something out if it's $100,000, but no credit for saving $3 billion. So I think that we should be thankful and certainly hold that up. But from a standpoint of the public gaining access to your agency and all that, based on the changes in the volume and everything else, there had been frustration of folks that said, I've tried, I can't get through. It's difficult. How would you respond to that, Commissioner?
Well, and on behalf of my staff, thank you for that acknowledgement. I would say that we have done the best that we can with the resources that we have to make ourselves accessible. The agency itself, and I know that when I was in the Senate, and I wasn't on the Labor Committee, but it was not in my, on my radar that this agency was a social service safety net agency. And I think that administrations past, it wasn't on their radar either necessarily. And so when in 2015, under a previous administration, when there were layoffs and attrition, our agency lost about 35% of our staff. We also, and probably even more importantly, saw that in some of the units that are unemployment insurance units, that number was as high as 50 to 55% of our staff. So we entered this pandemic without a call center that had to be closed. And at the time, although that was a difference that we had to adjust to and our customers had to adjust to. There was an effort made that applications could be, rather than being received on the phone by a person and input into system, you could automatically put them in through cloud-based internet system. And then if you had a challenge or a problem, we sent you to one of 18 of the American Job Centers, and you could speak with somebody to get your problem resolved. And that actually was working very well. With any adjustment period, there was challenges in the beginning, but it was working very well. And no one foresaw, I don't think they could have, that there would come a point in time where within probably a 24 to 36 hour notice, we had to shut and stop our access to the public. That was frustrating for the public. It was frustrating and frightening for us as well, because all of a sudden we have, this program that we're having trouble administering. We have no phones and we can't get in touch with our customers and they can't get in touch with us. So, it's been a long road to hoe. And I think that what we have been doing is we stood up the call center. We stood it up as what's called a minimum viable product, an MVP, which was just the basics. We've been enhancing that as we go, funding, being provided through some of the ARPA and other things. So we are working very hard on creating a system that is more accessible than it's been. And we are just now going through the peak period that happens every year. So on top of that pandemic related volume and backlog that we have, we then added to it the November through January, February peak period of applications. So it has been in the last couple of weeks very difficult for folks to be able to talk to somebody at the call center. There are periods of time where I didn't hear from many legislators about challenges or constituents having issues because we were probably at about 3,000 people a day trying to call, and we could handle that. It has, gotten a little bit more difficult in the recent past. There are other methods of reaching us that I constantly try to encourage, and I love the opportunity to talk about this now. On our website, there is an opportunity for folks to submit a case, we call it, about a particular issue. I have people at the Consumer Contact Center that their job is to respond by email to those. So it's not only calling in and getting us on the phone, but you can submit your issue and we will speak to and help you on your very specific case. We do those every day as well, between 12 to 1,400 of those as well. The system itself, we added not too long ago, virtual hold technology. So we also you can program in for a call back. There are times where you have to wait days during that peak period to be able to get a call back. And we're also trying to get out the message that your cellular provider may deem that number, I think they say spam possible or something like that, but please answer, because we don't control what the cellular provider designates that call. So what I can say to you is that we move staff around constantly to try to address at any given time, any peak period, where the need is most to assist our public. And it's very much, I guess the saying is stealing from Peter to pay Paul on a regular basis.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is in wage compliance areas. There's been we hear a lot about workers or contractors having workers do work that they're not trained to do, and therefore undercutting people who are trained to do that work and then not getting paid the wage that they should be. Can you talk a little bit about your agency's efforts in promoting compliance and those issues and reducing some of the work that's being done in areas that where people should not be, they're not trained to do those jobs?
Absolutely. So in some ways, some of what you're referring to, my agency and Department of Consumer Protection have kind of overlapping charges in some areas. If we're talking about licensed trades, we also work with Department of Consumer Protection for some of that because there's laws around doing work that is supposed to be licensed. If you're not, we do see that at times, and we collaborate with them. There are misclassification issues where an employer may misclassify what an employee actually is or does, and that reflects upon sometimes what they have to pay for workers' comp. So our wage department has many types of issues and a couple different divisions, but our goal is to be protecting workers and also to be assisting and supporting employers. So it's a unit that is often looked at as kind of an enforcement unit, but it's also a unit that is assisting, for instance, when there's prevailing rate. We worked on a bill last year to be able to take those rates and post them without having to go through U.S. Department of Labor and waiting for them to post the rates, so that can be faster to get that information. So I would say that the work that we do in the Wage and Workplace Standards Division is incredibly critical work, and it's often preventing injury and harm to workers, as well as making sure that employers are paying what they are supposed to be paying and properly, so that those are taxes and insurance programs like workers' comp and others that are coming into the state, and so that that can be considered wage theft if they're not paying what they're supposed to because they're misclassifying. I, in October, was at a convention in Chicago with the National Association of Workforce Agencies, and had an opportunity to connect with the commissioner from New Jersey. They have a very robust program for wage enforcement. So we actually got our teams together and had a meeting to share information. So I'm often collaborating with other states as well to understand what they're doing to protect workers.
Great. Thank you very much. Congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you, sir.
Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner. I had a really pleasant conversation with you Monday, and insightful. I'm very impressed. I know we worked here together, but I didn't serve in any committees with you. So I appreciate your answers Monday and what you've done. And I do want to recognize you do have a lot, your liaisons do a tremendous job. During COVID, I mean, they were bombarded by us, and they did their job. It took a little time, but they did a really, really terrific job. So thank you and thank them.
Thank you.
I guess the biggest thing is for employers, but during the pandemic, the unemployment trust fund is, I think it's over $1 billion now. Will you work with either our federal partners or us to try to help alleviate the pain of employers?
Yes, actually, and thank you. And I enjoyed our conversation as well. And yes, my team who is here is amazing. We are working very hard and have a lot of initiatives going to help employers get through this period of time where there was a need to be borrowing. You're right. Right now, the amount that we have had to borrow is at about $1.1 billion. But we also have been able to pay at this point, I think it's about $963 million have been paid back. And that's through taxes coming in from employers, but it's also through there's about $165 million that the administration and you as the legislature have allocated of ARPA funding to go towards that. And then there's an additional 30 million that is something I'm really excited about, because that's being used to pay all of the interest on the loan that accumulates. And the reason I say I'm really excited is because I was in the Senate years back when special assessments had to be sent out to employers because of a loan that was incurred during the Great Recession. And that was not a fun time. And so we got together and with the administration and contemplated how we could best support employers getting through this. Some of our claimants don't understand, but they do not ever pay a penny into this system. It is not paid by employees. It is 100% funded by employers.
Right.
And we take very seriously that we're stewards of that. So there's, in addition to the 195 million ARPA, there also was 40 million that was put in, again, authorized through the administration and you as the legislature, that was put to, and this gets a little bit complicated, but put towards the trust funds so that there was a 0.2% reduction in the state unemployment taxes that employers have to pay, the SUTA. And that was done because we have no ability to help or assist directly with the FUTA, which is
yeah.
the federal, right? So we can't do anything about that. But it was felt to be very important to offset and reduce the SUTA to offset the increased FUTA. And so that was also done last year. I continue to work with the administration on analyzing, as a matter of fact, I was on a call last night and we are going to be getting new national numbers in at the end of this week to look at the economy. The media keeps telling us we're in a recession. The numbers we are seeing don't show that yet. And there is a lag, but our numbers for weekly filers are at a historic low at about 25,000. And so we have our estimates that have been very conservative on how to get from here to the time where the loan is paid off. We're no longer needing to borrow because we continue to borrow to pay benefits. We hold a zero balance at all times to control the amount of interest that is accrued. And so we need to pay off the loan. We need to get the point where we don't have to borrow for benefits that are paid, and then we can start putting reserves back into the trust fund. So we constantly analyze the best way to do that, and it's ever changing.
I really appreciate that. It's a very thorough answer. And it's, it was no fault for employees or employers during COVID. It was something nobody expected. And, and I do think if you look at our economy, the worldwide economy the numbers aren't as bleak as it was forecasted. And it's good to be cautious and conservative, but I hopefully believe that our numbers will turn around. We're on the way up, not the way down. Only time's going to tell that, but I appreciate your approach toward our employers for the unemployment compensation.
Representative, I forgot one thing, if I may
Yeah.
answer through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
The other thing that was done is that there have been structural changes passed through legislation that was supported through this legislature in order to going forward address solvency and to amend some of the factors in unemployment insurance law that are being used with employers and their taxes, so that moving forward, hopefully we will be in a position to be able to build our reserves faster. We came into this pandemic, unfortunately, with about $642 million in the trust fund. Solvency at the time was deemed to be $1.4 billion. So we were just slightly below the 50% mark. Had we been solvent, we may not have needed to borrow. Definitely wouldn't have needed to borrow as much as we had to. We started borrowing in August of 2020, so that didn't get us very far. So a restructuring of the actual formulas to build reserves into the trust fund is something that was also passed by this legislature, and I think will put us in a better position and much more quickly than if we continued as is.
Thank you. Did I hear you correctly, for Senator Duff, Chairman Duff? There are more call centers or call centers are opening up for folks to get help. We rely on, they rely on, well, us, or which they should, or the liaisons, but to go to see somebody personally or speak to somebody on the phone would be helpful. I thought I heard that.
So the American Job Centers, there's one consumer calls contact center, which is it's calling and it's emailing and other methods. That's separate from, and that's what you all funded. And I hope there's a policy decision through the administration and the legislature together to continue to fund that, that needs to be looked at, the Consumer Contact Center. What I was referring to is the American Job Centers.
Okay.
And in 2015, when it was called a call center then, it's a contact center now. In 2015, when the call center closed, that's when all of our unemployment insurance assistance went into the American Job Centers. There are 5 comprehensive, there's one in each region that's a comprehensive job center, does everything we do and our partners, because those are actually run by the boards and we're a partner in them. Although a foundational partner, we're a partner in them. Each workforce development board has affiliates in their region. They make the decision to stand those up. And at the time, we had somebody who could do unemployment insurance in those. That totaled 18 throughout the state. So it was quite convenient. They're not all of the affiliates, I don't believe, are fully back up and running, but we don't have somebody doing unemployment insurance per se in those anymore. What we've done to adjust to the pandemic and the follow-up of the pandemic is I have 2 folks committed to each comprehensive job center. So a total of 10 folks at any one point in time who work for the Consumer Contact Center. But what they do is they teams through computers that are dedicated to unemployment insurance in the American Job Centers. So you could right now go on our website, sign up for an appointment at any of the 5 comprehensive job centers because you need assistance on your unemployment insurance. We would then, when you come to the American Job Centers, we'd sit you down at a computer that we have a open Teams line going on with somebody in the contact center to help you. The reason we do that is because we did hear that although we think everybody has one of these smartphones right now and can do it here, we were told and have found that not everybody does. And so therefore, if you don't have access to technology to be able to do that, if you are having trouble getting through the various methods of talking to somebody and you want to go in, we will sit you down with somebody on the computer and have you work with them there. It's a change in the model from before, but the Consumer Contact Center is the primary way in which we conduct business with the unemployment insurance program, and we're trying to make it convenient to do it anywhere.
Thank you. I would love to see combined technology for all our agencies, workforce development, education, Department of Labor, all DMV, everything. We just don't seem to have that. I know we bonded, I don't remember the dollars, about 5 years ago for one of the agencies, but it would be nice to have the communication for everybody and makes your job easier and it's more efficient, I think, down the, it's an investment, but it's much more efficient to have for communications. I really don't, you answered all my questions Monday, to be honest. I don't have a lot of questions. I just, I'd love to see, like I said, the technology's got to be updated, continue to have that dialogue with our call centers, whatever you want to call it, for folks. And, you can't change your economy, but businesses are going to change our economy for better or worse, and hopefully for better. But I wish you the best. And I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. And your
Thank
staff.
you. Thank you, Representative. Senator Looney, followed by Senator Martin.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And good afternoon, Commissioners. Great to see you.
Good afternoon.
And again, good to see a former colleague who did such a wonderful time during your service in the state Senate. I know since the pandemic, of course, just the workload in so many ways of the Department of Labor has increased, and you've had just the deluge of new claims that came in 2020 when you were scrambling at the same time to update the system for processing them, and that was a nightmare for everyone because you had the effect of a tsunami coming at a time when we weren't technologically prepared for it. Another kind of a corollary of that, I want to talk to you a little bit about the department's response and your planning to deal with issues of identity theft and fraudulent claims. Having been a victim of one of those myself, when someone filed a claim that with one of the colleges where I teach part-time, putting in a claim, and then somebody from the payroll office called and said, "We know you're still around here. Where do we get this from?" And so I'd like to just ask you about that, because I know with the volume of all claims going up, I know the volume of fraudulent claims must have also gone up. So if you would just talk a little bit about the defensive measures and the technology that you're applying to deal with those things as well.
Thank you, sir. It is really nice to be back here with you. The fraud efforts, as I had mentioned a little bit before, and if you don't mind, I'll repeat them because I think they're worth repeating. From March of 20 until June of 2022, we prevented and stopped $3.3 billion in potential payout to fraudulent identity theft claims. Since July 5th, we have actually set aside and taken out of commission 55,000 identity theft claims, as you mentioned. And I'm glad you said it because I can't, but yours was one of those. We have taken those out of the system, and that equates to about $570 million that we've prevented of employer taxes from being stolen. The measures that we have are continuing to evolve. I have to be somewhat careful about how I talk about this. First, I would say that we engage with state and national law enforcement entities, multiple of them. We have worked with and have relationships and ongoing partnerships with the Office of the Inspector General for USDOL, with the FBI, with our chief state's attorney here, with our state police here, with cybersecurity. I mean, we have engaged in all of those relationships. At one point during the pandemic, we were having weekly meetings with all of these folks. We have an incredible team which has been talking nationally and presenting nationally on the work that we've been doing. We take advantage of every single opportunity that we are aware of to partner with other states, as well as USDOL and our professional association, the National Association of State Workforce Agencies. There is a repository, I guess is the best way to say it, of fraudulent actors and information that's been stolen, and schemes and scams and things that we connect on and share. And not only do we share them, but my team has also developed a way so that we are keeping that information and we are able to hold claims against that to see if anything pops. So there are a lot of measures that are manual, an incredible amount of manual measures, and there's also automation. We have multiple places throughout the system where we are scanning claims against what we know as fraud. And those are throughout a series of places before the system, at the initial part of the system and on. We have some ways in which we are asking our employers, who again are the only entity who subsidize this program, this insurance program, to partner with us to help us to protect their money. So for instance, your employer, as you mentioned, was the one to notify you, because when a criminal put your stolen information in to do an application, the system automatically generates a couple things, one of which is a 21A form that goes out to the employer, and it says there's a claim filed, potential tax liability to you as an employer. Please let us know if there's anything askew with this. We have not only an ability to have them report to us, whether it be by email or by phone, but there's also a program called SIDES, SIDES, which is a way to automatically have that electronic communication going back and forth, and it's much faster and very efficient. So we're asking the employer, let us know, right? Because we're reaching out to you so that we protect your funds. We also send a notice to the legitimate party whose information has been used and say there's a monetary determination for a claim that you have filed. And we often, including my mother, get calls from people saying, I didn't file, I'm retired. So there's different ways for us to combat that fraud. And then there are also automation enhancements and programs that we participate in. There's federal entities that we will send information over to and see if anything pops that's, concerning. These are all reasons that I'd like to point out that sometimes your constituents, and I say the collective, you as the legislature, may reach out to you and say, it's taking me a long time and I'm not gotten paid, or I'm being held for something. And we take that very seriously, but we're constantly trying to balance the expediency with which we pay benefits when someone is actually deemed eligible, and they're not all eligible. Also being able to have the opportunity to really thoroughly investigate for fraud. And that does take time, and it's a tricky balance.
Thank you, Commissioner. I know that you're trying to build in systems to be vigilant and obviously challenged by the volume, but thank you so much for all of your good work and for your close cooperation with all of us when we have constituent matters to bring to your attention.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Martin, followed by Senator Hartley, followed by Representative Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations, Dante,
Thank you. Sir.
on your nomination again. And I want to thank you, by the way. I don't know if I ever told you, but you baptized me when I arrived here 8 years ago. You were the very first screening meeting that I went to as a ranking member, and all these terms, a raised bill, a raise a concept, subject matter for public hearing. I can thank you for sharing all this, the new lingo that I had to learn very quickly.
Thank you, Senator.
I want to talk a little bit about the unfunded insurance fund. I know that currently that with the federal government, we owe, I think it's 137 million currently. And the burden, and you shared how the state has contributed to paying down from where we were, from the 1.1 billion. And prior to COVID, I think the fund was on its way towards, we did have a loan balance, and then all of a sudden COVID hit and we shot up to 1.1 billion, 1.1. But we were on a path to paying off that loan, and the employers were doing what they needed to do. My question is, how soon are we going to be able to pay off that 137 million? Currently, it's on the shoulders of the business community. And it seems like the administration is not going to help. And I'd like, hopefully we can change that. But knowing that because of the change that we did, I think it's 2 years ago, right? Regarding the change in UI. And the goal was to have us to get a solvent. And I think I heard you say solvency for us is like 1.4 billion. And I don't know if that number's come down to 1.1, but we'll go with 1.4. But I'd like to think that that we could still continue to help the businesses by paying off that 137 million, knowing that it's the employers that are going to get us to the $1.4 billion to get us to solvency. So my question to you is, how soon do you think, if we, without the government helping, is it going to take us to pay off that 137 million? And then after that, the second part of that question is, how long is it going to take us to get to the $1.4 billion?
Okay, so thank you, Senator, and thank you for your remarks in the beginning. So there's a lot to that, and please help me if I miss any piece of that in coming back to you. So we were actually, just to clarify some terms, we were at a reserves or a funding in the trust fund, not the loan, but the trust fund. We didn't have a loan pre-pandemic. So we had, the loan had from the Great Recession had been paid off, and we were building reserves in the trust fund. And we were at about 642 million at that point in time. And solvent fund was deemed 1.4 billion. We're still, at this point in time, we are still told that solvency is about 1.4 billion. So that kind of calculation has yet to change, although it could. So what we had been seeing was, with the amount of revenue that comes into the trust, comes into the agency each year, we were building at about 100 million a year of being able to put into the trust fund to build that up. I would say that the administration and the legislature, and I need to make sure that you all get credit for this too, have actually done a lot for businesses and can stand comfortably on the fact that you have done a lot for businesses, certainly much more than was ever done after the Great Recession. So there is already funding that has been used and put aside to pay any interest on the loan that a business would have normally seen as a special assessment. So the shock and surprise that upset businesses a decade ago when they were getting these special assessments has been alleviated this time that there has to be a loan. As I said, the structure of the way the program is laid out and some of the calculations that go into this, like, you know, the taxable wage basis and those kinds of things. A lot of that was adjusted in Public Act 21-200 so that there would be a faster accumulation of reserves going forward, and so that there would be a shifting of responsibility so that some of the employers who use the system more would potentially have, you know, more, would have to contribute to it more. And some of those that aren't using it would maybe have some relief from what they're doing. So there was kind of an attempt to kind of level slowly, right? So that was done, and that's something that's a very positive change. And then there was, you know, the 165 million that was put to paying it down there. So right now, and I would like to preface this by saying it's subject to change, but our current analysis shows that the loan would be paid off. We would need no additional borrowing to pay benefits, and we would start accumulating reserves in the second quarter of 25. I will say that what the conversation I was having last night with the governor's office and my team was, we actually are seeing lower claims now than was expected based on projections for the economy, right? And so therefore, when we did this analysis, we were expecting to pay out a certain amount per quarter, and we're paying out a little bit less. So are we in a position that we can again reassess and project differently? And I think that the answer is going to be yes, but I'm actually looking forward to getting some of the national data on the economy on this coming Friday, and that will inform how we structure that analysis. The last thing I'd want to be doing is being so conservative that we head for a recession and start all of a sudden paying out and saying it's going to take longer. So I'm balancing that with saying, okay, but the numbers that we have projected to use for the current analysis that tells us May of 25 or 25 is kind of the sweet spot. I also don't want to continue to hold on to that if in fact it's sooner, and that would mean that it takes less to pay off to get us in this position. There's a couple different things to think about. It's not just that if you were to allocate the $138 million today to pay off the loan, we'd be done. Because there are things like in federal law, it says that if we have a loan balance on this, what I think of as arbitrary date, but November 9th of 2 years in a row, that the FUTA goes up 0.3%, and then the next year to 0.6, and then the next year to 0.9. So when I say goes up, it's a credit reduction. So it's this weird inverse relationship, but that still has to be accounted for. So we try very hard to look at, you know, where we're going to be on November 9th so that we can help avoid the FUTA, you know,
Sure.
costs for employers. So we are monitoring this incredibly closely and working with the governor's office to be able to provide informed consultation on how best to alleviate the burden for employers. I hope that that answers the question.
Yeah, but you've provided excellent clarity. It sounds like maybe you might be paying off the $137 million because of those the FUTA increase.
Sir, I'm
how
sorry
about-
to interrupt, but we also have to remember that I still have to borrow, right? So until
Yeah.
I actually have money, I should stop saying I'm sorry.
To the trust fund?
Obviously, I take this job very seriously. Until Connecticut has reserves in that trust fund to pay benefits weekly,
Correct.
there is a need to
Yeah.
continue borrowing.
Yeah, I understand. And how long do you think we get to that 1.4 billion in that trust fund? Because that's what we're talking about. Is those are the funds that we would be using to pay the unemployment.
Yes, that also is a very difficult calculation.
And if you don't have that answer, that's fine. You can just get it to me. But
It's not even that I don't have it, it's that it's subject to change. So I would hope that if the economic conditions remain as projected, that it would be somewhere around 6 to 7 years once we get to the point of turning that corner and building reserves. That would be my expectation at this point in time, but it is by no means scientific, and it depends upon changing economy, which is hard to.
so we're looking at 2030 thereabouts.
I'm so frightened by that number coming out because
Uh, uh,
subject to change. We will continue to analyze. How is that?
I have another question regarding, is there a process that you within your system for an employer to appeal his experience rate? Or maybe, let me begin with this. Can an employer find out whether on the website, make a phone call, a letter of request, that that he can find out how much he's contributed to the into the unemployment insurance, and how much has been paid out for his particular company? Because, that's how his experience is based, right? So is there a process where an employer can find that out? And should he say, hey, wait a minute, that's not right, I challenge that? Is there a process in place?
I'm going to say absolutely. I would need to figure out the best way to connect that. So I would entertain and welcome you if you have employers in your district to connect with me on that. We have done that quite often, and it was most frequent around the 21-200 legislation. When we were doing analysis, we were meeting actually with employers who were concerned, and we were figuring and showing them what it would be, what it will be, and all of that kind of thing. So we do have the ability to do that. It's a very detailed computation. It requires confidentiality signings and all of that kind of stuff, and it requires my director of tax to be involved in that. But there is the possibility to do that. And, as I hope all agencies would be, if there's been a mistake, we want
Yeah.
to work with somebody on that.
I was just
it's
curious if
math,
the
so.
employer had the ability to go online, use this username, password, to find out specifically if they could find out how much they paid in, how much they paid out, and then figure out, gee, that that experience rate is correct or not correct. And then if there was an appeal process from there. It sounds like there is an appeal process. If what you're doing currently, if that's not if you don't have, or an employer doesn't have that ability now, how long does it take them if he or she puts a request in for that information?
So Senator, I'm going to ask if I could get back to you and the committee, if you prefer, about some of those specifics, because as I said before, we as our staff are learning this reemploy CT system as we go, as employers and claimants learn it too. There are so many new screens and a lot of additional access for employers in the new system. And I do not know off the top of my head if there is a screen that they can access that will lay that out for them. But I am happy to have my legislative team get back to you on that.
Great. I just want to close by saying, Dante, thank you so much for bringing us through the pandemic period. I know when I called, or my staff called, that your staff bent over backwards to help. I think you guys understood that there's actual people at the other end of this who were so afraid that they were not going to be able to make their mortgage. How are they going to pay their rent? How are they going to pay for groceries, their heating bills. It just, we can name it quite a bit. I just want to thank you and your staff for helping all of us here. So.
Thank you, Henry. I appreciate that. And we did also, we found ourselves in a situation where so much of the state was impacted that many of the folks you talk about were friends, family, neighbors. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Hartley, followed by Senator Summers, followed by Representative Nuccio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations to you, Commissioner. And I just want to say kudos, because last time we met, it was kind of pandemic or pre-pandemic probably. And so a lot has gone on since then. And yeah, I think it's been mentioned here consistently that DOL was probably one of the front-facing agencies, and you clearly were slammed walking into this with nicely put legacy infrastructure. We'd say it's probably very dated, and so having to transition in the middle of all of this was more than a challenge. So I just want to say kudos to you on that front in terms of managing and negotiating this, and then to the entire team. You were there, you were accessible, and it was really a 24/7 initiative, and it went on for far longer than we had hoped, but also and to this day, I still, we still have the residuals from that. So thanks. And also I want to just take my hat off to your team. I see you got a few new faces there who aren't really new, but will be certainly knowing their way through the legislative maze. So welcome to them. Madam Commissioner, just a few things. There has been a lot of conversation here about the unemployment trust fund and so forth. And we did pass that legislation, and it really helped to blunt the situation with, the federal increases. And you report that most businesses had no net tax effect or increase, but some did. Was there a particular category that did not benefit from that change that we initiated?
And thank you for your comments in the beginning, and as well for my staff. I think, Senator, that you might be talking about Public Act 21-200, which is prospectively going to change the structure of the unemployment insurance system as it relates to approaching solvency. I think that's what you mean as far as the legislation passing, some benefiting and some not. Am I correct? Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
So we actually just had a kickoff meeting yesterday with our whole team to start the requirements and development of that. And it will be going into place for January of 24. Right now, we have about 87.6, I believe it is, % of employers will actually end up in a situation where they will be contributing. No, I'm making a mistake here right now. That's not 21-200, 21-5. So 21- Sorry, there's so many. So I think what you're talking about, is 21-5, which is taking out those years of the experience of that were COVID impacted years to their experience rate. Is that what you're talking about, ma'am? I'm sorry.
Yeah. In other words, we talked about the fact that we made some changes so as to offset the federal increases, and that the effect of that was that most employers had no net tax increase, but it was not for all businesses. I'm wondering if there was a particular category of businesses that might not have benefited as much or at all.
So I may have confused a couple of things if I led you to think that. So the the FUTA and SUTA offset, I think, is what you're talking about. I'll go through all three things if that's okay anyway. So there was $40 million through legislation at the end of last year that was used to offset the amount of SUTA that employers pay, is because it needed it lessened that amount so that it would compensate and offset for the increase in the FUTA, the federal, because there's a loan for 2 years, November 9th. That is actually, I believe, almost all, and some actually were offset to the positive. So I can get some numbers run on that, but on that particular, the 0.2 reduction in the SUTA to offset the increase in the FUTA, there are some actually who had a net benefit. Now, then there's the situation where there was COVID years that their experience rate wouldn't be impacted by the 2021 tax year when we looked at their experience rating, and that was, I think, 21-5. And in that scenario, and we just had a report that we submitted in this week, Public Act 22-13, which showed that around 87% of businesses, based on that omission of those tax years, will pay less or equal to if we hadn't done that. And then there's about 12%, 12 to 13%, who it actually is not helping. And those are probably businesses that you may be hearing from.
Right. Well, and so on that note, I'm just wondering if, is that any particular category of
There are
employers?
Yes, there are, and they tend to be in the construction industry and others. The construction industry and some others who have seasonal layoffs that are necessitated typically because of weather, typically have a very high usage of the system, and they have been capped at certain levels for experience rates. Trying to kind of balance and straighten the curve, flatten the curve, if you will, on all businesses has resulted in a situation where some of those businesses will need to pay more.
Yeah, that's what I was after. I was trying to
Sorry.
get my arms around, what particular sector, is this playing out in a negative way as opposed to net neutral or positive. Okay, that's helpful. So Madam Commissioner, I wanted to also ask you, because your department oversees apprenticeships, and they are so important, and in particularly in this conversation now with where we are on our workforce challenges. And so, as I spend more time with this, I'm seeing that our historical apprenticeships, plumbing, electrical, construction, those kind are strong. But we have not ventured into 21st century apprenticeships. For example, there is an incredible need right now in the manufacturing sector for mechatronics, for techs. And in fact, they are getting paid more, interestingly enough, than engineers. But yet, we really have a dearth of programs and certificate processes, which just feed that pipeline, and we have no apprenticeships. Additionally, for example, apprenticeships in cyber. We know now that cyber is a regular part of every company's org chart. Either they have to farm it out or they're doing it internally, but we don't have apprenticeships and that kind of pipeline building it. IoT, the internet, those kinds of things. So the thing we are recognized in this state for is our skilled workforce. And in my view, if we are going to continue to distinguish ourselves there, we have got to build our apprenticeship offerings. I'm just wondering, because of your important part in this, if you have any thoughts about that.
Yes, thank you. And I'm really happy to talk about the registered apprenticeship program. I first would say that there is a very big difference in our estimation between registered apprenticeship and unregistered apprenticeship. And these days, the word apprenticeship is used for a lot of different types of programs. Registered apprenticeship is what is administered by U.S. Department of Labor and Connecticut Department of Labor. And it actually has a lot of assurances for apprentices that other programs do not. We have right now about, and it's a rolling number because as completers come off the list, but I have an active like 6,400 registered apprentices at this moment in time, 1,700 employers in over 50 occupations. And we have the position that we are happy to explore and certify any registered apprenticeship program. That there are a couple key things needed. One, and most importantly, there needs to be an employer who is willing to be that registered apprenticeship sponsor. And it really has to start there. So we also, they have to have certain conditions that they're willing to work with. And that is, there has to be determined a career ladder for an apprenticeship program. And there also are progressive wages throughout as certain benchmarks are hit within that registered apprenticeship program. And I would have to stress, and I'm glad to do it now, that this is not a difficult process. Employers are sometimes intimidated to get involved in a registered apprenticeship program, and it really is not. And even if they have a curriculum or that they're currently using, we look at those curriculums, and if we need to make adjustments, we propose those. But it's not difficult to get that program to be continued to be used in this program in a registered apprenticeship. And we just recently did that with the Home Builders Association at a school. So we have ventured into so many different high demand fields right now. We've done them before in insurance with the Hartford had a registered apprenticeship program, which was actually nationally recognized. We have been looking at cybersecurity. That's one that's been looked at a lot. There's been a lot of conversation around paraprofessionals and teachers. And that's something that's happening in conversation on the national level. It's extremely complicated. And we're trying to figure that out and work on that because we do have a system, as you know, where, you know, there's 100 and how many school districts, including our regionals. And so it's tough to have an employer when there's all of those. And then you've got local boards of ed. So that's something that's a continuing conversation. What we've been really incredibly successful doing is entering into healthcare fields with registered apprenticeships. And we're currently engaged in working with the Department of Public Health because they recently got a grant for municipal public health officers. And the program that they proposed for granting, we're looking at what would be possible. And I don't think it's going to be a heavy lift to be able to turn that into a registered apprenticeship program. The critical thing about registered apprenticeships is that the apprentice is an employee from the get-go. And so that doesn't happen in non-unregistered programs, right? And so there are huge advantages. Plus they have a nationally recognized certificate and credential that they are getting at the end of this 3 to 4 year apprenticeship program. What we've done in healthcare illustrates, I think, a very good example of the different models that we're willing to work with and able to work with when it comes to registered apprenticeship programs, because none of them are exactly the same. So if you look at what we're doing in healthcare, we started years ago with some grant funding that we had to work with Yale New Haven Hospital for registered nurses. And right now, the Yale New Haven health system, as it's evolved to, there's about 1,000 registered nurses that have gone through apprenticeship program there. And it's kind of been presented as if it's like a residency for nurses. And there's a very, very good feedback and employee retention and skill set that's been achieved through that program. Within the last couple of years, since while we were even in the pandemic, there's 2 other health care registered apprentices that I'm really excited about. One of them is we received a $10 million grant from the U.S. Department of Labor, We only had a 30-day turnaround in this. I did talk to other healthcare systems in addition to the Yale New Haven Health System, but they had worked with us before and it was reliable and we knew that they could achieve the goals that we are responsible for when we accept this funding, and that was 1,200 apprentices in a 4-year period. What we ended up doing with them is making this a patient care technician, sometimes called a patient care associate registered apprenticeship program. And that's over 4 years, and that's already in the works. And the apprentices going through that, their related instruction is paid for, and they're an employee of Yale New Haven Hospital. So they're building that own workforce pipeline themselves. Now, if we step away from that, a little bit different model, we also are working with 1199 and the 1199 Training Fund and Genesis Healthcare for a registered apprenticeship program for CNAs. And in that model, the 1199 Training Fund is paying for the related instruction and I believe also paying the apprentices during that piece of it. And then they are they become mentors in this lovely ceremony that I went to, and they begin working for Genesis Healthcare, and they're mentored, I should say. They enter the mentor program, and they're an employee of Genesis Healthcare. Now, when I pull those all together, I like to point out that there are different models of funding in all 3 of those programs, and that they also statewide build a career ladder, because a CNA, in order to become a patient care technician, you have to have either a high school diploma, a GED, and a CNA. So we've got the CNA program, we've got a patient care technician program in another part of the state, and then we have a registered nurse program. So we are always looking for working with new and different and high demand fields. And lastly, there's so many I'd like to talk about, but lastly, we are currently working with some of my sister state agencies in developing healthcare registered apprenticeship programs for our state workforce, because we have shortages in some of our healthcare professions, state workers. And so we're in the midst of trying to, we have just recently highlighted one particular job classification that we know we can use with a registered apprenticeship model, and trying to do that for our state workforce as well.
Thank you. That was a pretty comprehensive. Sorry about that. How we are branching off into, workforce challenge areas, high demand areas. If I might, just one more question, Mr. Chair and Madam Commissioner, and that's about a conversation we had a little earlier, and about an issue that I think sits in your shop, if you will, and that is about the employment wage records and this initiative about having enhanced information. And I don't know if you were in the room or not, but I was concerned about the fact that, we are changing from collecting now from employers 3 data points, as I understand it, to something like anticipating going to 15, which no other state in the country does. And so I guess I want to know, one, is that information that your department needs and would utilize? And do you have the ability, to be taking in all of those enhanced data points?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, I was in the room. And, as you know, that was a governor's bill that came from the administration for the desire to have a comprehensive across the state, across agencies, workforce development system, whereby there was data that can be used to look at where we are, where we need to be, and what how we are educating our youth in primary and secondary education, what careers they're going into. The question is do I need that information? I would say that the programs that we administer, and especially the unemployment insurance program, does not need that information for our programming. The bill was structured in a way that it would be our agency that would be taking in this information from employers through our unemployment insurance program. We are very conscious and aware of the fact that the federal government does have regulations which require that there are no obstacles in expedient reporting and expedient administering of the program and of benefits. I have been told by employers that this legislation and this upcoming transition to the enhanced wage record does require them to make amendments or does require them to amend their systems of reporting. We need to make sure, and we have been working with the administration, we need to make sure that that the employers filing of this additional information does not slow the process. So for instance, what I have learned with the building of the reemploy CT system is that there are many agencies that we interface with, and there's many what we call intercepts, and that's secure transfer of information back and forth. We had kind of some growing pains as we were doing so with some of the agencies, because if the new system transmits information and files to, let's say, DSS, and DSS is receiving automation, has something go askew, it can bounce a record. And we have to, in moving forward, be very, very careful that when employers are sending us information, it's done in a way that it goes through smoothly, quickly, and securely. So that's automation that we have to build. That's not something that we currently have the ability to accept the additional data points, and it would be enhancements and development and design for our system to be able to accept additional data points and information. And I'm told by employers that there also is a lift on their end. As far as, you know, how heavy that lift is and what does become of this, I would have to defer to the administration and the legislature.
Thank you for that response and that detailed information. So to your knowledge, is there a particular fiscal note that translates to this enhancement?
We did have a fiscal note on that bill, and I don't recall exactly what it was, and that's for the agency to develop and design. As I said, we're in the process right now of still working on what needs to be continued to enhance on the reemploy CT. We've got a couple other things in the pipeline, like 21-200 for the trust fund solvency that requires development and design. So we're on an extremely tight time schedule for getting all of this work done. And there was a fiscal note that we put on it. I do have to say, Senator, that I would have to check back and get back to you, because we were in an out year for the budget when that passed, and often OFA doesn't accommodate in their fiscal note off year. I don't know if off years, right? Outside of the years that are in the budget, they don't always put that on the fiscal note. So that requires the agency to be, during the biennial budget process, requesting that the governor's budget include those costs and expenses, and that's what we would be doing for this. So I know that we looked at a potential fiscal note. I do not know that it was reflected in your legislation at the time. That's also something that we saw a lot last year when there was bills that would have a fiscal note on them from the agency. The effective dates were bumped out beyond the biennium, and OFA did not associate a fiscal note with them, even though the agency does have one.
See. And so I heard a little bit earlier today that it appeared that this would not be burdensome, and it could be boarded one particular time and not continually going forward. Knowing the mechanics of this reporting system, and also about what the US DOL might require, what's your opinion?
So what I'm not expert in is understanding what on the business side they need to do to accommodate this. So I would actually defer to, some others to be able to speak to that. What I know for and when I say what they have to do, what they have to change in their automation and their programming in order to be able to send us the information. What I do know is that when it was described as kind of like a one-time data dump, and with all respect to my my colleague, it can be, but it may not be. So there's definitely got to be a one-time kind of data dump. But then if there are changes, if there's a change to a circumstance for an employee who's been an existing employee, their status of some sort changes, their their dependents, their marital status, any of the information that's being asked, it would need to be updated. And then, if new employees were onboarded. So there is not, there could be, if everything stays static for years, a one-time data dump, but any changes would be reported on a quarterly basis to us. You asked as far as what US DOL requires. They require that any information we are asking for above and beyond that which is required for the unemployment insurance program not be mandated in a way that would potentially impede the process of administering our program. It would not put unnecessary delays or obstacles up for the employer or for the employee claimant. The cost to the agency would be in the design and the development, but it would also be, I know for sure, and again, I would need to be updating this, but our research department would need additional folks on an ongoing basis to be able to continue or to be able to receive the information and do what needs to be done with that information.
Thanks so much, Commissioner. So based upon what you've described to us here, would it be fair for me to assume that the addition of 15 data points could in fact, in some way, delay, complicate, or impede the collection and the reporting of this data?
If the employer does not amend their reporting system in a way that our system will be able to receive all of that information smoothly, then it would present a problem that we'd have to work out.
So I'm going to just boil that down to a yes. Okay, thank you, Madam Commissioner. I really appreciate your service, your leadership, and thanks for all of your patience with my questions and others. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Summers.
Yes, good morning, and thank you for being here and for sharing all the information that you have already this morning. It's very appreciative and it's very informative. I know that you had tried to touch base again. We weren't able to connect, so I do have a couple questions I just wanted to ask you quickly. You touched base on the workforce training, and one of my pet peeves is the paraprofessionals that we all know our schools are in desperate need of finding. And I do have a willing employer and interested in bringing that curriculum into the high school so that someone could graduate from high school and go right into the field of paraprofessionals. That would really help us be able to fill the slots that we need. Also, the students there are in the midst of being educated as far as, the math portion, et cetera. You're not trying to retrain somebody on those skills to pass that portion of the exam or the testing that's required. And you could have a nice pathway where someone who may be interested in the teaching field could become a paraprofessional while they are in school, have a ready-made position upon graduation for the following year, and then perhaps continue on into the teaching field, which again is something that we need to recruit the best and the brightest for. So that's something that I'm interested in exploring with you further. And like I said, I do have a willing employer that would be very interested for a pilot program. The same town that you launched the building trades apprenticeship program in Stonington, Connecticut. So they're very excited about that program. And so are the students. I've been in to visit them. So I just wanted to commend you on a great job on that. And I'm hoping that more high schools around the state will take advantage of that program and make it an offering for many of the students. You know, it's great, as you know, when you were there visiting. I wanted to ask you something that has been a difficulty, not only for me, but for other legislators that I have spoken to concerning unemployment claims. And I know that you have done a Herculean job over the past few years with the amount and the volume that has come through the door. And that is not to be discounted. There's a new system that's been set up. It's UWA, the Unemployment Workers Advocate, I believe that's what it stands for. But in years past, when a constituent of ours was having difficulty on an unemployment claim, we had an ability to speak with the liaison in your office and at least get a status of where things were so we could report back to our constituents. Over the past few weeks, there have been issues that have come along in my district, and my aide has reached out to your liaison, who has put them or directed them to basically just send an email to a general mailbox that you get confirmation that they have received it, but there's no follow-up as to where the claim is, what the process is. And, you know, this system is supposed to contact the constituent directly, but that puts us at I say a significant disadvantage, because we don't have the ability to go back to our constituent and say, look, I'm working on this. Here's the update. All we can say now is it's in the system and I've received confirmation. So I'm wondering if there is anything that we could do to make it more, how should I put this, customer service friendly for a legislator to be able to go back to at least let their constituent know what the status is, where it is, rather than going through this system. And we don't usually get them unless there's a problem to begin with. And it's not very frequently that I get them. You know, we were all getting a ton of them during COVID, but right now it's a different story, because I find that really troubling. And I find it that our constituents are who we work for. You know, they own this building, they own, you know, the chairs and the desks, they're paying our salaries. And I feel that as a legislator, my job is to be a customer service person for my district. So I'm wondering if you could speak to that at all, if there's anything that could be improved in that way, so we have a better way to communicate directly with our constituents.
Thank you, Senator. And Mr. Chair, is it possible that I speak to both issues, the para and the UI issue? Okay, thank you, sir. So Senator Summers, the fast answer is absolutely yes. I have sent out communications twice, and I am going to be resending something. I hope I can get to it next week. We just need confidentiality forms signed by the legislator and the aide. It's a one-time thing. And then I have the ability to provide you the specifics of the situation. And actually, I'm really happy to do that. The system is set up right now that when the claimant or the constituent information comes in, it is sent into this box, I think is how you described it, so that it goes to the Unemployed Workers Advocate. there are some reasons for that I'm happy to explain. And hopefully this will actually become a much faster streamlined process than we've had it before. It's been spoken about, and I'm so pleased for them that the legislative liaisons, and in particular Marissa Morello, who went through the pandemic with us, was incredibly helpful as we were getting in constituents from legislators who were having difficulty. The problem became that I had to pull an attorney, full-time attorney from her job to assist. I had to pull two other assistants from their jobs to assist. I ended up having to provide an additional 4 people to help keep up with that system. And we also had the agreement from each one of the caucuses to designate a particular point person who could kind of organize for the caucus and send that to us. As I said before, we're not out of it like some of my sister agencies are as far as the volume that came to us from the pandemic and handling that. So we had the good fortune, and you all supported us through the budget process last year to be able to bring on an additional legislative liaison to be able to assist. But we also find ourselves in a position where there are, I actually did an analysis looking at some of my sister agencies, and we have many, many more committees that our bills pop up in. We have many more public acts, many more bills coming through. And so we really needed to have a second person for that. And the UI has kind of taken on a life of its own. You also provided us with standing up and funding this new office, the Unemployed Workers Advocate. So that's why, therefore, the liaisons are focusing on legislation and the system and liaising with other departments in our agency, because we have a whole nother side of the house that is not unemployment, that's workforce and other. And so we have the Unemployed Workers Advocate, who's serving as a central point for any of your constituents who are having trouble in the system. Now, what they're doing is, in addition to helping to serve as a liaison to the legislators, is they're also working with anyone who calls in who's unemployed, who is looking for assistance. That was part of our charge in our legislation. They're also working with anyone who's having difficulty navigating the system, like understanding. So teaching them what forms they need for appeals or those kinds of things. As well as a claimant who's kind of encountering challenges throughout the system. So they right now have already about 800 cases open that they're working with. And the way I've structured this with the advocate, and we sit down, quite frankly, often. We have a meeting every week and kind of look at how things are going and what we may or may not to change in the flow. First and foremost, we need legislators and aides to provide us the confidentiality so that we can speak to the specifics. With that being done, once your email is forwarded to that unit, you do get, as you stated, an acknowledgement that it's received. The next step is that within we're running at about 3 days, they do reach out to your constituent or claimant. They do that through the case managed system that we purchased to be able to stand this office up so that it can interface with the unemployment system, the reemploy CT system. All emails and communication from the Unemployed Workers Office are coming out of that case management system so that we can later do one of the other things that we're charged with and hope to get to, which is really analyze our constituency base for different demographics and things that might help us to be more equitable, to have more equitable access to unemployment insurance. So to analyze, what might be associated with people who are frequently getting tied up in one part of the system or another, and to assist. So there's a data gathering element and analysis element as well. So when the email comes out from the community service rep, the CSR in that department to the claimant and your constituent, if you have filled out the form and your aide has filled out the form, we can, and we are implementing, we will put you on that email so that you will be able to see that we're connecting with them. And we also are happy to provide you with updates on their specific situation.
Okay, can I ask you something quickly? So I don't mean to cut you off, but my question was about having the contact back to us. And you're saying that we have to sign a confidentiality form. And is that form out yet? Because that was not Okay, that was not
It's been
presented
sent
to us
twice.
in any of the conversations and email exchanges that this form had to be filled out. So this form gets filled out and then we can have the information come back to us. So we also can follow up with our constituent doing our job, not just passing it on and having your department have the contact with the constituent, but allowing us to follow up saying, are you made sure, are you happy? How are things going? And that was not presented to my aides or any of the other aides that have had the same issue. So if we can figure out where this form is it online that we can download or?
Yes,
How-
Senator, I'm happy to have that resent. We did this in the fall. We actually had done like a kind of a webinar workshop type thing where we invited all legislators and aides. Now, I do know from having been in your situation, it was campaign time. A lot of folks were out of the office. There's been a lot of change since the new legislature is in place with aides. We resent it again shortly after the elections were done, and I plan to resend it. I hope next week. I got a little bit delayed from where I wanted to, so that is a one-time thing. It's not very complicated. It's just a one-time thing, and it gives us the legal backing because unemployment insurance information is very heavily regulated as confidential. So we absolutely can speak to you about specifics and follow up with you on the details. And I look forward to being able to do that. And we do that with the folks who have already signed it because often the situation is very different than it's being described to you. And so it really is a benefit to us to be able to share with you what we found.
And I can appreciate that the situation may be very different. That seems to be the case in many times in the past, regardless of the department. But I do appreciate that. I guess I would ask that when the liaison responds to other aides, that they include the form and make sure that it's clear. And are you saying the legislator signs that one time and that's it? Or is it one time per claim?
One time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's very helpful because it's important for us to be able to follow up with our constituents and
Yeah.
it is frustrating to not be able to do that. So I do appreciate your answer and I do appreciate all the work that you have done and continue to do with a staff that is a fraction of the size that it used to be.
Thank you. And I'm sorry if I interrupt. It's hard when I can't see you. I apologize for interrupting. Senator, I just wanted to, I had asked the chair if I could speak to the para idea. I really want to connect on that. And that's something that we would want to make sure that we're also connecting with bringing the AFT representation into the room because they have paras in their union. I don't believe that CEA does. We also need to talk to State Department of Education and ultimately figure out how to handle the Board of Education issue because there's a lot that goes into the hiring of and creating a program like this and the State Board of Education and local boards of ed also do have an impact. When we started talking about this before, the conversation that we were having was slightly different from your idea, and that is about the idea that many paras have even gone through the coursework to become teachers, but because often you're talking about folks who are lower wage earners, they don't have the ability to quit their job to do their student teaching. And so we've had conversations on how could we potentially help facilitate through an apprenticeship program, registered apprenticeship program, that process be easier so that they could remain employed while they're doing their student teaching. So that's the conversation we've been having thus far. As far as the high schools, what comes to mind is that we have work-based learning programs in many of our comprehensive high schools, and that we are working to try to get all of those kind of transitioned into becoming actual registered apprenticeship programs, because that way kids who are spending their senior year doing a work-based training program could potentially earn about 150 to 200 hours towards a registered apprenticeship program. So that's also something that makes that idea that you're speaking about intriguing, but it does involve more than just the agency, and we could certainly put together a meeting with a variety of partners for that.
That would be great. And, this came organically through superintendents. And I have spoken briefly with CEA on it, and they're very interested in the idea. So I think you'd have a lot of people willing to get on board and be helpful. So I look forward to exploring that with you further. And again, thank you for your time. You are amazing how many words you can cram into like a couple too. It's just,
That's been said more than once.
a real talent. So I thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Nuccio, followed by Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi again. How are you? We just spoke yesterday, and I do have a couple other questions that I did not get to ask you at the time. But first, I do want to acknowledge again, as we spoke, you guys have done yeoman's work with all of the COVID stuff, and I totally understand that you're still kind of underwater with everything that's happening. And I think the changes that you've been making are really good, but there are still a couple of kinks I think that need to be worked out. And one of the things that I'm hearing that we've been hearing in our office is we do get a pretty good influx of people calling with issues and trying to get appointments and trying to get through to make appointments. And I know you and I had talked about the centers where we're doing a lot of the work where for claimants and stuff like that. But is there still a traditional process for people to call and make an appointment to sit down and talk to you, whether it be an employer or an employee?
Thank you. And yes, it was nice to talk to you too. There absolutely is for certain programs that we administer, our workforce programming for JFIS, for WIOA, for training, for all of that kind of thing, which is really what we primarily do from the American Job Centers now through this model. There is not a in-person appointment process for the unemployment insurance program. We simply do not have the staff and the ability to do that. It's because that's what we were doing. And then that was cut off. And now funding is going into this call center. There are appointments, but we have phone appointments or we have those Teams appointments on the computer. And those you can actually get through a variety of methods. The call function, which I know is very heavy right now, going through the website, you can also establish that. And as a matter of fact, I have often had situations where it's underutilized. So I can be on the phone, and I've done this with legislators, and I can go into that online web system and I can make an appointment for somebody tomorrow, because we have a certain number set aside in that system and a certain number in the call system. And so sometimes that's faster to go through the website to get an appointment than it is to go through the call system. So I encourage folks to use this as well, but there is not, I do not have the bandwidth of staff available to do the in-person unemployment insurance appointments that we used to have.
Okay, so for the people who are calling in and trying to make appointments or get questions answered, what's the process for that? Do you guys have a queue for that? Are people being, we're hearing that people can't get through, whether they can't get through on the phone to make an appointment, they don't know how to make an appointment. It sounds like you've got a couple varied options now, but maybe the education to the public piece and to the employer's piece is missing, because we're hearing a lot of frustrated people, a lot of frustrated constituents that they've been trying for the last 3 weeks and I can't get through.
Yes. So I would say that is a function of, we are in our peak season. We're just at the tail end of our peak season, fortunately. If you, in the fall, we're not hearing these kinds of concerns or complaints, it was because we had, when we would open the queue each morning, about 3,000 or so folks that, needed calls back, that had appointments for calls. And that was manageable. We have about 138 people that are assigned to the call center. But at any given time, I need to move them around back and forth. Some go to the appeals unit or the adjudications unit or to assist there. They also, the vast majority of them, with the exception of, I think, 15, no, I should not say that. right now, we were actually able to transition about 50 of them into permanent employees. So I do have a considerable number of them who are temporary employees, and I have some that are permanent employees and some that have been there for decades that are helping to structure and set this up. The queues have been opening. I can tell you that last Monday when I checked, it was 5,900 people waiting in the queue. That does mean that there is a considerable call wait. What we have done is we have constantly monitored since we opened up this call center, how those calls are handled. And at one point in time, there was only the ability to get into the loop and to hold if you wanted. We now have this virtual hold technology system set up where once the live phone gets to a certain point, people are then directed to schedule appointments and go into another queue to schedule an appointment. And there's appointments that are 2 weeks out. When we do schedule that, they have the ability to have a text reminder that the appointment is coming. If we call and they don't answer, we give 3 calls to try to get them before they no longer have that appointment. They can also go in, as I said, on the website, and they can schedule an appointment. So there's multiple entries into, but what I believe is happening is that we just have that high of a volume right now. And that should be tailing off. It is already starting to tail off. And there's a lot of reasons for that peak season. But yes, it has been very difficult to keep up with the call volume. I also will say that certain trends, I have a list of about 15 or so callers who have told us through legislators and some other methods of reaching out to my office that they've had either they were disconnected or they were hung up on or they couldn't get through. I've taken those phone numbers of those 15 just as a sampling and had my team this week go into the system. When we have a phone number, so if any constituent tells you this, please do get their phone number. I can tell you, we can research it and tell you exactly what happened in that case. I do find that sometimes it shows, the system data shows us that the caller themselves hung up, that they may have tried to call back in to see if they could get a better time than the one that they had. There's a whole lot of data that I can provide when we're being told that. And this list of 15 that I did get the results to last night does not lead to a flaw in the system.
Okay, that's interesting. From the appointment perspective, is it a matter of staffing? Because I can see where people are frustrated if they're being told they have to wait 3 weeks for an appointment after calling in. If like you said, if it's a day when you have 5,900 calls and people are waiting for a couple hours and then told, okay, well, the first time we can see you is in 2 to 3 weeks, that's kind of hard. A lot of these people are calling in with items, whether it be, their unemployment was denied or they're an employer and they're trying to not get charged for one of these things or argue the case for it and that. So as you had mentioned yesterday, that delay of getting the benefits and stuff, and if you have to wait an additional 2 to 3 weeks before you even get in the door, is there anything that you're doing to kind of jockey the resources between, like you said, online, in person, at the centers? Like, how are we managing this so we can get down to a lower turnaround time?
So the challenging piece to that is, how do we handle and budget? Do we budget and staff for the majority of the time, or do we budget and staff for the peak times? And the reason that becomes very, very difficult in this case is because the learning curve to be able to answer that phone and understand those questions and provide the answers is steep. And it requires a lot of training. And so I have the ability to take folks who know what they're doing from other units and help during this period of time, and we do that. But then I have something else that's not being done. I would say that we have to staff for the majority of the time. And that's very, very hard to have to do. And it's very hard for our claimants and our constituents to have to get through those busier periods. I would encourage some of those folks to also, through our website, they can fill out an issues email. It's very specific to what is your issue. Is it about your 1099? Is it about you're locked out of your system? Is it about you need to change your password? Some of those questions that are coming into the call center right now could be answered much easier and much more quickly if they fill out those, what we call cases. They're basically an email, because I have people working on those as well. My primary focus right now is to ensure that we have the ability to serve the public in this way moving forward. It is a policy decision that I lean to the administration and the legislature. We, for the first time in this last budget, were provided general fund in the form of $25 million that was carryover, and that is being used for these purposes. Going forward, if it sounds to me like this is something the legislature finds valuable, because when it's hard to get to, there's concern. We would be looking for support for that. I would very much prioritize the existence of a consumer contact center to continue than necessarily increasing the number of staff that are there right now. Ideally, if I had double the staff, I could handle the calls in half the time. I don't want to lose the service altogether. So I guess it's very much a question that I would need to put back onto the legislature and the administration as a policy issue.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner. It is an honor for me to be here and participate in your renomination. You and I have been friends for a long time, and this is absolutely a proud day for Meriden that you are back before us for reappointment. Just building off of some of the questions on the apprenticeships and registration, how complicated is the certification process? What do you have to do to get an apprenticeship program certified or registered?
Thank you, Representative. And I do have to say in turn that it's an interesting relationship that we have had over time, professionally even, because having you as the corporation counsel when I was on the city council, or having been your senator and now having you be my representative. So it's been enjoyable regardless of how our relationship has been structured.
We're inextricably linked, apparently.
Yeah. So the registered apprenticeship program, and now I even lost sight of exactly what your question was. How difficult is it? How complex is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, not every apprenticeship program is registered, and obviously we'd like them to be registered. Is that, and what type of process is it for them to become registered?
From our perspective, it is not very difficult, and there are huge benefits that for a registered apprenticeship program. And I think those benefits are to the employer, but they also are very much for the apprentice and for our workforce system in the state as well. There's certain criteria that need to be met, but I would hope that they're happening in even an unregistered apprenticeship, like increases wage steps and and an approved curriculum, right? So that the curriculum and the training are actually meeting the needs of the occupation and or the industry, but also of the specific employer. So when an employer is interested in a registered apprenticeship program, we are looking at that curriculum. We are making sure that the employer's needs drive the structure of the apprenticeship program. But we're also finding that the loyalty, the commitment to the job, the retention rates are extremely high in registered apprenticeship programs. Some of the apprenticeship programs, general unregistered ones that I have learned about, they don't assure the apprentice of a job at the end. And I believe that that's very similar to an internship. So, my son goes to an internship and he's hired during the time of that internship. And afterwards, he hopes he made a good impression and that they might hire him on. And some unregistered apprenticeship programs kind of follow that model. The registered apprenticeship program, you actually are employed by the employer throughout that job training. And so you have that job at the end, and you also have a credential that, this is where I say it's really good for the whole workforce system, but sometimes it's concerning a little bit for employers, and I'll acknowledge that, is that apprentice comes away with nationally recognized skills and credentials that if they choose to move on from that employer, those credentials have value for the next employer. Unregistered apprenticeships are not necessarily structured that way because they're training them what they want for them as an employer, but they are not necessarily in training them for the occupation, for the industry overall. So it is not a difficult process. And I believe that the benefit is great through the registered apprenticeship programs.
And I would also think if it was an unregistered program and they didn't hire you, since you weren't technically an employee of them because it's unregistered, and they don't hire you, could you even file an unemployment claim at that point?
That is, I'm going to say that the unemployment insurance program is so complicated that I can never, ever, ever, ever say definitively yes or no. I would say that if you meet the conditions of having been hired to earn a certain amount of period in your base period, if you're if you are W-2 employee as opposed to, you know, a 1099 or other, I mean, there's so many situations. But I would say if we look specifically at some common gig industries, you are not in a situation of meeting that employee-employer relationship, then you're not eligible for UI. If you're in a situation where you're a, I'm going to loosely say apprenticeship sponsor because it's unregistered, but the employer, if you've met those conditions and you're otherwise eligible, you may be able to.
Okay. What, going forward, I mean, I know that you've made the technology updates that were long overdue, and this just laid bare how overdue they were. What do you need from the legislature going forward? What can we do to make your processes work better?
Thank you for that question. So we need continued support. And what I will say, and in fairness to all legislators, when I was in the Senate and I did not serve on labor and I did not know what the needs were of the agency, I was not pushing for the agency to receive more funding for their computer system. I just, I was involved in other issues. I think this has exposed the fact that our agency had not been supported financially the way it needed to be to keep up with the demands that we saw happen. So I would hope for continued support, especially in those public facing high contact areas that we've been talking about. We are in a position where our federal funding for the UI program is not sufficient for us to maintain things like the Consumer Contact Center. That is not the case for every state, but the funding model that the U.S. Department of Labor uses is problematic from where we sit. We are funded through a variety of formulas, but basically we are kind of funded after the fact. So if you were to say claims are widgets, let's say we're producing our widgets, we are going with the peaks and the valleys, we're paying our staff. In our state, our fringe costs are higher than other states. So as it starts off, we get less people per dollar than other states get to serve. And then we are paid in a way where it's after the fact, but it's interesting to me, and I really had to be told this numerous times before I began to understand it when I got into this agency, that the federal government can tell us retrospectively that although you've submitted your expenses for the past quarter, we don't have the funds at the national level to to repay you. We're going to pay you, and what they just recently said to us for one of these quarters was 50 cents on the dollar, or 75 cents on the dollar. We are in a precarious position often where that funding is not sufficient. And so I commend and I thank and I appreciate the administration, the governor and the legislature for providing us general fund last year to help us to serve the residents of Connecticut through this program. But it is something that would need to be continued for us to continue to have those public facing access points for the public.
Excuse me, how is your agency dealing with the fraudulent claims that were filed? Are you backlogged in handling them, or how is that going?
What we recently did is we recently restructured. We had a unit that was the benefit payment control unit and integrity unit merged as one. There's so much work for both of them. The benefit payment control unit does overpayments, which we know during the pandemic were great. There are still a lot to process. And the integrity was off the charts, dealing with fraud. So we've bifurcated those two units so that we could focus more appropriately and be able to handle them better. We still every day monitor, and some days are harder than others. Sometimes those folks are having to work around the clock and I'm having to request, overtime to be able to monitor. For instance, a couple weeks ago on a Friday, we found 1,200 claims flooded the system that all had the very same characteristics. And there was an outside entity trying to breach, I shouldn't say breach, trying to get benefits from us. And we were able to identify through our monitoring and shut those claims down. Once we do that, we keep them in what we call it our fraud warehousing kind of portal, if you will. And we have a team that looks at these and then kind of starts the beginning of an investigative case, sets it up, if you will. We don't have law enforcement in our agency who can work these. We don't have the powers of arrest or, investigation. So therefore we rely on other partners to take these from us and to work them. Unfortunately, everyone is in the same situation. Every state is in the same situation. The Office of the Inspector General has a huge backlog from us waiting to be worked upon. But they have also recently been making arrests that we've been putting out press releases on. The Office of the Chief State's Attorney has more cases than they're able to work. We had originally provided through the administration some ARPA funds to reestablish a task force that had been done in the Great Recession. We have 3 investigators and a prosecutor within the Chief State's Attorney. They have way more cases than they're able to look into. So I take them and I set them aside and we do as much work on we can, and then we hand them off to law enforcement and we hope for investigations and prosecutions.
Yeah, and I'll just add that your office has been very responsive to my CECs, and also, unfortunately, like Senator Looney, I found myself as the victim of a fraudulent unemployment claim, which was even more interesting because I had been on vacation, came back to the office, and since I'm the partner who handles the employment issues, there's an unopened letter from the Department of Labor in my box. I was like, well, this is interesting. So I opened it up and I was even more surprised to find out that I had filed for unemployment and needed to check with my partners to make sure I hadn't been dismissed while I was gone over the weekend. So, I appreciate your responsiveness in straightening that out. And again, congratulations on your renomination. And I know you're going to continue to do great work.
Thank you, Representative. And you triggered one thought that I want to put out there. We have identified and handed over to law enforcement 71 sites, I guess, where there's phishing attempts on our claimants. And so folks get emails or texts that are not us. So I just use this as an opportunity to say to people, please do not click on those links. We will, not send you a text that says, call us and about your specific benefit. If you haven't called us, we're not going to call you on that. And we would never ask you to reset your password through a text or an email or anything of that sort. So there's 71 that we have reported to law enforcement, kind of schemes, scams, those phishing attempts. Please share to not fall for those.
All right, thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments? Senator Looney.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just you've been in the chair a long time. I think done a terrific job. Just one question. I apologize if it was asked while I was out of the room. During the pandemic, also we saw lots of walk-in businesses having their trade decline and all of that. And did the number of complaints about wages not being paid increase during that period for those small businesses? And have you been able to keep pace with enforcement efforts on when workers' claims for failure of their employers to pay full wages due?
I would tell you that department has a lot of work to do. They are at capacity and beyond. They are working every day on protecting workers and recovering wages. They are doing their job, and I would never turn down an opportunity to have additional wage agents. It is one of those things that I do not think would net and much of an expense and would gain a lot of benefit, because each wage agent has an opportunity, if it's to recover wages for workers in the state, and also to hold employers accountable to paying what they're supposed to be paying when it comes to their taxes and their workers' compensation plans. So misclassification of employees by employers can happen by mistake, but it also can happen intentionally to avoid having to pay for premiums for certain policies that that are required when there's a high risk occupation. So there's much more that we can be doing. They're doing a fantastic job.
Thank you very much. Now, is that something that your agency does on its own, or do you do it in cooperation with the Attorney General's office? Because they obviously have to, if it becomes necessary to actually prosecute the case criminally, the AG's office has to do that. So how's the coordination in that regard?
Yes, thank you. So the way that it works is that the agency investigates and the agency does audits, depending on which type of a wage issue it is. And we are able to serve bills for wages to be recouped for employees, as well as penalties and civil penalties and potentially interest. We also have the ability to negotiate that, if there's honest mistakes or reasons to be able to do that. But most importantly, the times that we would negotiate the penalties or interest is because we want to be able to get the wages back to the employee, and sometimes that is helpful. But if we are unable to collect, then our next step is we can turn that over to the Attorney General's office, and then they can take this further through the court system on our behalf. So that's a relationship that is we consult with them often, and we do have to turn things over to them as times as well. The other relationship that we have that I think is really helpful, specifically in the Wage and Workplace Standards Division, is with other states. I've been to and involved my director in other professional organization conferences and so forth. And I was mentioning before that one of the things that came out of that was some work that we're doing with the state of New Jersey, learning from them about some of their ability to do their job differently, some of the powers that they have, and some of the ways that they go about doing investigations. We often are in a situation where we are responsive to complaints. It would be wonderful to be in a situation where we could do more proactive enforcement and less responsive to complaint enforcement, because we do know that it's needed.
Thank you very much. And I imagine that's another byproduct of the pandemic with the increased activity in that area. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Looney. Any other questions from members of the committee? All right, thank you for all your detailed responses, Commissioner.
You know me, sir.
Now we have one further question for you, just a yes or no. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove to be embarrassing to this committee, the governor of the state of Connecticut?
No, sir.
All right, well, thank you. We
Thank you
appreciate
very
it.
much. It's been a
Keep
pleasure.
it going. Keep those checks out there rolling. All the stuff you do. Thank you. Next. Mr. Larson. Timothy D. Larson of East Hartford to be reappointed as Executive Director of the Office of Higher Education. Hello, Senator.
Hello, Senator. How are you?
How are you? Raise your right hand, please. You don't want to fall. Raise your right hand, please.
I got to button my jacket.
All right. You look good. Straighten out, tie, okay, I'm just. Do you promise swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Feel free to summarize and we can ask a couple questions.
Thank you all very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to come before the Executive Nominations Committee. It's been a really rewarding 4 years to serve as the Executive Director for the Office of Higher Education, and an honor to be reappointed by the governor to serve in this role. I've provided some written testimony along with documentation to each and every one of the committee members to sort of explain our accomplishments over the last 4 years. And we're particularly proud of the recent installation of some new software system for our financial aid division. But before I go into that, I would just allow the committee and announce to the committee that the state of Connecticut is so well served by the 27 individuals to a person that work in the Office of Higher Education. I've had the opportunity to manage this office for 4 years, and each and every day to a person, again, very professional, well-educated, reaching across disciplines and always willing to respond to questions and answers that we get from various schools, legislators, constituents. And although we are not a policy office, we're a compliance office. When I started this job, I wanted to make sure that everybody understood that our duty is really to the students of the state of Connecticut. When the governor hired me, he wanted to assure people that were taking courses in the state of Connecticut that there was credentials and schooling behind each and every one of these certificates, so that it actually meant something when you had that diploma or certificate from one of these institutions here in the state of Connecticut. So as I've given you information on that, I would just like to talk a little bit about what I refer to as the Connecticut Scholars. When I first came into the Office of Higher Ed, we were running the Roberta Willis Scholarship Program off of a 25-year-old access database. We were literally getting FAFSA data in off a facsimile machine. And so I immediately went to work and hired through an RFP process, Bloom Shapiro at the time, to really do an audit of how we were running and operating that line of work, because we're talking about $33 million of scholarship money, and it's critical that all of that was contained and appropriate. So we launched Connecticut Scholars. It's a cloud-based financial aid system processing to replace decades-old access database. We were hiring consultants to come in at $30,000 a clip to Band-Aid this together and keep it up and running. So we funded this through an IT capital investment program. It went live on July 2022. The new system allows student users to set up personal accounts through its student portal function and track the status of their financial aid and know when the funds will be sent to their schools. Students could not do this through the old access databases. There's also an institutional portal that allows schools to certify student eligibility for financial aid, monitor status of student aid, and run institutional specific reports, which is extremely critical. And so the management of that Roberta Willis Scholarship Program as well is not only the distribution of monies, because these are Connecticut students going to Connecticut schools, the money actually flows directly to the institutions that receive those monies. We also, in addition to dispensing those monies, we go back and audit each and every one of those schools to make sure that all of the funds are reported in a completely transparent basis. And the Connecticut Scholar System has also allowed us to take advantage of other scholarship programs that we manage through our office in a similar fashion. So it's the first time in a long time we have been able to look at this function and have this functionality. In addition to that, it's been really an opportunity for us to expand on the scholarship opportunities. And so with that, now that I got that plug in, I'll welcome questions from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. Any questions from members of the committee?
Senator, Mayor, thanks for being here. Congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you.
And thank you for all your years of service as a proud graduate of East Hartford High School. You were my mayor for many years, and it's a city or a town that's very near and dear to my heart. So thank you for everything you've done for East Hartford. Can you talk a little bit about the relationship your office has with the Connecticut State University system and other kind of trade schools as you're prepping your own department, and again the intergovernmental relationships that are critical for the success of not just your department, but other departments as well.
And so to your point, as you're aware, the state university system is made up of the flagship university, state of Connecticut, which is a public institution, and the state university system, which is the 4 universities, the 11 community college, which are all represented as one, and then Charter Oak, which is the online school. And so we do have some interplay with President Merrick and President Chang, but primarily our focus is not necessarily oversight of those types of programs. We're more involved with the independent colleges, if you will. But where we touch is on similar programs with regards to our minority advancement program, our minority teacher incentive program, and the like. And then, of course, the distribution of funds through the Roberta Willis Scholarship Program.
And then just my other question, and you didn't touch upon it on your oral testimony, but in your written one, you mentioned the accelerated program to certify more teachers here in the state, and knowing that there was a shortage in that field, obviously, are there any other sectors that your department is looking at for kind of a similar program, accelerated program?
Sure. So we have been operating the alternative route to certification, known as ARC. And for the last 4 years, since we've taken over, if you will, we graduate approximately 100 students. So this is an opportunity for someone who wants to change careers and get a teaching certificate in particular disciplines, if you will. Program runs about $5,000 for a cost in that. And it runs Saturdays from September through May. And then there's some online activity during the week. And then there's also activity with regards to student teaching. So when you come into this program, you're committing, and there's about a 6-week student teaching activity that's important. We'll send these candidates out to the schools and then ultimately graduate. So that is the extent of our program. At some point we would look, to engage the higher education to see if there are other opportunities that we can move forward on trying to expand some of the uses of the ARC program. We have a really good blueprint. I think we can do that. And to the minority contract hiring, if you will, through that whole 4 years, we represent somewhere between 17-25% minority individuals participating in the ARC program. So it's really very effective.
Thank you very much. And again, congratulations on your nomination. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'll reserve questions for the end. Representative Iaccarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief, and it's really good to see you, Mr. Larson.
As well.
I really was reading, you really have done a tremendous job over your 4 years.
A great team of people.
And I'm not just saying, it's very impressive. What would you, for our priorities this year as a legislature, would you give us any suggestions for higher ed and also for job advancement and retention of our graduates? Because that's
what's interesting is that, prior to his being appointed as the Secretary of of education for the United States of America. I had the opportunity briefly to have discussions with Secretary Cardona. And, we got into a, rather engaged discussion because in fact, in our office, we have the independent college responsibilities as well as the occupational schools, right? And to some degree, the opportunity of a college or bus mentality, college certainly is a preferred track to go on, but it certainly doesn't always work for everyone. So our responsibilities with regards to the career schools are to make sure that they're compliant, to make sure that they're working appropriately. We endeavored over the last 3 years to put together what we refer to as Career Con. It was an opportunity to have a career fair for career schools. We were set up to run this on October 19th in 2020, and the pandemic hit, so we had to scrap those plans. The following year, we did it online. And then last year, we did this at the Mohegan Sun Arena. We had our 85 occupational schools. We invited almost 2,500 high school students to come down and sort of have a free fair and understand that there were other opportunities other than college in the state of Connecticut. So to the extent that we can promote those opportunities, we think it's important. This year, what we're going to try to do is to go back to and invite guidance counselors, because we think that high school guidance counselors need to have a clearer understanding of what the value of these occupational schools do. How do you apply? Some are in fact Pell eligible, some are not. And what the responsibilities are with these schools so that they have an option to present to schools. I think if anything, that would be worthwhile. In the state of Connecticut, not many people know that we have about 85 of these occupational schools. They have 18,000 students going to these schools, and they pay somewhere in the neighborhood of $25 million in tuition. So it's a big market. Of those 85, there's about 20 schools that do cosmetology and hairdressing, and very, very important role for certificate programs and getting the word out so that it gives students options.
I think it's tremendous. I think it's really important to have the guidance counselors there because I'll meet with manufacturers or carpenters or laborers or site work, and they have there's a disconnect, it seems like, between the school, the program, but then the guidance counselors are usually left behind. One last question, and when you do these fairs, or I don't know what you call them, do you bring any manufacturers in or trades in with the students?
So we specifically kept this to the occupational schools that we have authorization or approval of, just so that we could start to introduce this flavor. You've heard from two of my predecessors before me. We're doing this gang tackling operation on trying to make sure that everyone has a certificate, making sure that all of these avenues of education in the state of Connecticut are available. We interplay back and forth with all of these various agencies, making sure that we're focused, we're targeting, and that we have clear representation for the people of Connecticut.
Well, I appreciate your work and your team's work, and I wish I could vote for you. Unfortunately, I can't, but thank you for your service, and
I
thank you,
appreciate
Mr.
it.
Chair.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. One senator, always a senator. Any other questions? Senator Looney?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No questions, just wanted to commend you on all of your government service as mayor of East Hartford, as a state representative, as our colleague in the state Senate. And what you're doing now, it's a critical time, I think, to try to build partnerships and to help people find their way into the workforce. We know that training is an extraordinary problem. We hear from employers all the time that positions are available, and they need to get people that have the right training coming in. They have limited capacity themselves sometimes to train the people they hire, and they're looking for partners in that. And I know that you are becoming a major partner of employers all over the state who are looking to fill positions. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Let me just check online here. Thank you. And Tim, I just want to, again, we had a conversation the other day, which was great, and I appreciate all the work you've been doing. I think most people don't realize the small staff you have, but the tremendous amount of work you do, as Representative said and Senate President said as well, and the fact that AmeriCorps and the licensing, not licensing, but the making sure that people are complying as well, and then the Roberta Willis Scholarship Fund and all the various pieces that go into the work you do. So you're a small and quiet agency, stand under the radar, but you do important work and we appreciate it.
Thank you
So
so
thank
much.
you
Thank you.
for all you do. Last question we have for everybody, which is there anything in your past that you believe, I guess over the last 4 years, I don't know, that might prove to be embarrassing to this committee, to the governor of the state of Connecticut?
There's not, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much.
All right. Okay, this is our first joint resolution for review. We have Vincent Morrow Jr. of New Haven to be a member of the Connecticut Airport Authority. All right. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you promise, swear, or affirm to tell us the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. If you have an opening statement, sir, feel free. Otherwise, we can get right into questions.
We could go right into questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you. So you've been appointed by Senate President Looney. And we're so grateful for that appointment to the Connecticut Airport Authority. And I know you've been a creature of this building for a number of years in various roles, and you've been involved in local in your community as well in New Haven, and police and fire and other types of opportunities. And this is probably an extension because the airport authority does impact New Haven. So you want to just, I know you're brand new there. You want to talk a little bit about what you're seeing or what your neighbors think about the airport, or kind of what you might bring based on what you're hearing from your neighbors.
Thank you. Yes, then thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's definitely something a little bit out of my wheelhouse. And I am very grateful for the appointment by Senator Looney. I've done a lot of stuff, obviously citywide in the city of New Haven over the years, but this is a little bit different, right? So I think part of what I've been able to learn, one, I think the staff over at the Connecticut Airport Authority is really just top notch. They're on top of everything. Obviously there's the emergence of Tweed in New Haven and and CAA trying to do a lot what I've sort of done in this building, quite frankly, just be the fat guy in the middle here and be the be someone that could talk to both sides and have them see each other not as competitors, but as a benefit to the state of Connecticut.
All right, thank you. And I think that you will bring a unique perspective based on your experience here in the building and your role in city government to try, as you said, bring folks together on something that has sometimes been contentious. And I think that skill set will prove to be very useful in this. So any questions to my co-chair? No, my co-chair, Representative Yacarino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congratulations, Ben.
Thank
And I think it's fitting though, also because Commissioner of Transportation Euclid is of New Haven. Obviously, you're in New Haven, but I would like to see eventually a better transportation to at least Bradley. I'm not saying Rovella really right now, but at least Bradley. So hopefully you guys could get together. I could even meet with you guys, but I think it'd be nice to get some sort of transportation train wise to Bradley. I think it would
Absolutely.
alleviate traffic. And he seemed on board with it, but it's going to be a huge undertaking in this building in the state, but I wish you the best and I'm,
Yeah,
you'll do fine.
direct train service from, city of New Haven or Hartford to Bradley would be, in a lot of ways, a
ideal.
game changer.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Looney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Morrow.
Good
No
afternoon, Senator Looney.
question, just a comment. Mr. Morrow spends so much of his time here at the Capitol, as we know, and the great job he does as chief of staff, and so much time in New Haven holding court either at Portofino's restaurant or the Owl cigar shop. I wanted to give him at least one other place to go periodically.
Oh, thanks for there's no way to escape now, Marty. Thank you.
That's all, Mr. Chairman.
I have seen Representative Yacarino there several times.
Any other questions from members of the committee? The crowd goes wild here. Representative Gresco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations, Vin. I just have a question for your perspective on eminent domain and its use by a quasi-public agency, namely the CAA. If you recall, a couple of years ago, there was a bill in transportation that would have given CAA the ability to eminent domain property without going through the DOT first. I'm just trying to get your feeling on that.
Yeah, I think that's obviously the Sikorsky issue is something that is talked about a lot at CAA. I've had conversations with Senator Kelly, obviously a representative of Stratford as you are. I think it's a conversation that's going to continue, but I don't see eminent domain as a useful tool there.
Aye.
All right, thank you. So there's one more question we ask everybody. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove to be embarrassing in this committee, the governor of the state of Connecticut, in the last 5 minutes?
I try my best not to embarrass my appointing authority on a regular basis, and
Thank
so
you.
I hope not.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you, Mr. Morrow.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
All right,
Members of the committee.
great. That concludes our public hearing for today. Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, is there any members of the public who'd like to speak?
We had 3 sign up, but they are not online.
Okay. All right, well, we will conclude this public hearing then. And we will move to our Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee meeting for Thursday, February 2nd, 2023. Any remarks by my co-chair? All set. And next, so we're on item 3. Number 1, House resolutions for review. This House members can vote. And James C. Rovella of Old Saybrook to be reappointed as Commissioner of Emergency Services and Public Protection. Is there a motion? So moved by Representative Concepcion, and second by Representative Yacarino. Any comment? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Concepcion.
Yes.
Representative Godfrey. Representative Yacarino. Representative Arnone. Representative D'Agostino. Representative Gresco.
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Representative Nuccio.
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
Representative Perillo. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Retigliano. That's your roll, sir.
Thank you. We're going to hold votes open until 5 o'clock. Next is next we have item 2, Dr. Kelly Marie Valliers of Old Saybrook to be Chief Workforce Officer, the Office of Workforce Strategy. Is there a motion? Moved by Representative Concepcion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Yacarino. Any comments? If none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Concepcion.
Yes.
Representative Godfrey. Representative Yacarino.
Yes.
Representative Arnone. Representative D'Agostino. Representative Gresco.
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Representative Nuccio.
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Perillo. Representative Quinn.
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Retigliano. That's the roll, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next are 2 Senate resolutions. First is Dante J.C. Bartolomeo of Meriden to be reappointed as Commissioner of Labor. Is there a motion? So moved by Senator Looney. I'll second. Oh, second by whom? Oh, Senator Kushner. Thank you. Second, Senator Kushner for seconding. Any comment? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff.
Yes.
Senator Looney.
Yes.
Senator Kelly. Senator Fonfara. Senator Hartley. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Martin. Senator Moore. Senator Summers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next is item number 4, Timothy D. Larson of East Hartford to be reappointed as Executive Director of the Office of Higher Education. Is there a motion? So moved by Senator Looney. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Senator Kushner. Any comments? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff.
Yes.
Senator Looney.
Yes.
Senator Kelly. Senator Fonfara. Senator Hartley. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Martin. Senator Moore. Senator Summers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next is item number 5, Vincent Morrow Jr. of New Haven to be a member of the Connecticut Airport Authority. This is a joint resolution. So everybody will vote on this. Is there a motion? Senator Looney?
Senator
Um,
Kushner votes.
There's a motion.
Moves.
Is there a second?
Sorry.
Second by Representative Yakarino. I think Senator Kushner too. Thank you. Any discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff.
Yes.
Representative Concepcion.
Yes.
Senator Looney.
Yes.
Representative Godfrey.
Yes.
Senator Kelly. Representative Yakarino. Representative Arnone. Representative D'Agostino. Senator Fonfara. Representative Gresco. Senator Hartley. Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Martin. Senator Moore. Representative Nuccio.
Representative Gresco votes yes.
Representative Gresco.
Votes yes. Thank you.
Representative Nuccio.
Representative Nuccio votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Perillo. Representative Quinn.
Yes.
Representative Rutigliano. Senator Summers. That is all.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That concludes our voting for today. We will hold the votes open until 5 o'clock tonight. And our next meeting will be this Tuesday coming up, the 7th at 10 o'clock in the morning, where we'll take up even more. So come back to our must-see TV. We'll see you all on Tuesday, and the meeting is recessed.
And votes will be held open in room 1000 and on Zoom.
Yes.
Wendy, how do you want to do this?
I can take your votes now.
I think I missed the 2 House resolutions. And I'll vote yes on both of those.
Dr. Valliers,
That would be Rovella and Valliers.
and Rovella.
Thank you.
Hi, Wendy.
Hi, Senator. How are you doing?
I'm okay.
I have a couple things to vote on. Vincent Morrow for the Airport Authority.
Summers votes yes.
Tim Larson for Executive Director of the Office of Higher Ed.
Summers votes yes.
Dante Bartolomeo for Commissioner of Labor.
Summers votes yes.
That's it. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Bye. Have a good one.
Yes. How long are you planning hanging around this evening?
Not too long.
Okay,
Like to be out of here by 5.
okay.
Why?
I got a little list of things to catch up on. You want to push that off to tomorrow? Or-
Or I can talk on the phone, right?
Yeah.
Just 1 second, I'm taking another vote. Senator Kelly,
Hey,
I have for you today, Dante Bartolomeo to be reappointed as Commissioner of Labor.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
Thank you. Tim Larson be reappointed as Executive Director of Higher Ed.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
And last but not least, Vincent Morrow Jr. of New Haven to be appointed to the Connecticut Airport Authority.
Senator Kelly votes yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a
You
nice
bet.
weekend.
Take care.
Stay warm.